The fellas are back. What's up? Welcome back to another episode of the Black Bear Podcast. We've been going for a few weeks, but we are back and we about to hit the ground running all the way through training camp up until the season. And we're gonna do post-game shows there. But look, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast. One word, no spaces. We got Caleb Williams talk to get into. We got a mailbag segment to get into today. We got a lot of Bears talk happening tonight on this Sunday night. All that and a lot more right after this. Like I said before, hit that like button subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast. You can find us on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. We go live every Sunday. We are back from a little hiatus, little break. We back and we got a lot to talk about. Fellas, how y'all feeling?
Good.
Hey.
Doing great.
I'm a Bears fan. I'm feeling good right now. Shit.
Father Dev. It's good to have you back on the screen, man. The big screen. This the big screen. Let's kick it off then. Let's jump right into it, man. No need waste. Everybody heard, and I think they do it. I think we talked about this a little bit in the group chat. The reason this was kind of done, but we gonna take debate. Everybody gonna take debate. I think Chicago Bears got, I think we got the most podcasters out of any sports town, city in the country. And Pro Football Focus, PFF, came out with the second year QB floors and ceilings. Yes, that's what we talking about. Caleb Williams, I'm gonna just go through them. Caleb Williams ceiling. Jordan Love is his ceiling. His floor is a bust. Jaden Daniels ceiling, Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray, Drake May, Trevor Lawrence, Daniel Jones, Michael Penix, Justin Herbert, James Winston, JJ McCarthy, Joe Burrow, Sam Darnold, Bo Nix, Drew Brees, and Mac Jones. First, it's a lot. It's a lot. I know it's a lot. Not even just pertaining to Caleb Williams on this list. You could pick apart every quarterback they mentioned on this list, but I'm going to stick with Caleb Williams right now. Jordan Love as a ceiling. This is my issue. This is my issue with just the Caleb Williams part. And I'm going to be quick because I got a lot to say on this, but I ain't going to take up too much of the time right out the gate. Caleb Williams threw for, and you're going to hear this a lot, he threw for 3,500 yards. I'm not sure. I wish I should have had the list of what these other quarterbacks threw for, the floor quarterbacks, because we didn't get a floor quarterback, fellas. We got a bust. We didn't get a Justin Fields. We didn't get a Mac Jones. We didn't get a what was that other dude that got drafted with them? Who else was in that class? It was Zach. We didn't get a Zach Wilson, which I guess that's a bust anyway. Trey Lance, I guess those are busts. But you get my point. We didn't even get a quarterback, and when you throw for 3,500 yards, I think every quarterback on that list, every quarterback on this list right here, would love to throw for 3,500 yards in a season, including the ceiling quarterbacks, not just the floor quarterbacks. Lamar Jackson, Trevor, even though, well, I'll talk about Lamar's numbers in a little bit, but I just find it very disrespectful. Clickbait, and I clicked it, and I took the bait, like I said, hook, line, and sinker. You got me. Right off the bat, that's just what I think about that. My initial thoughts to that graphic, fellas. Ricky. Thoughts on the graphic on the screen?
You want me to go first? I mean, second. I'll go second.
Jump in there.
Okay, this is idiotic. I mean, to say that Caleb's floor is a bust. So you telling me Caleb Williams isn't as talented as Daniel Jones, Mac Jones, Mike Jones? I mean, like come on, like no, let's be honest. So I'm gonna just point out one that makes no sense. So his floor ain't even Jameis Winston. You think Michael Penix Jr. floor is Jameis Winston's and Caleb's is a bust? That's how you know this is, like you said, man. This is like clickbait. This is just like let's rouse up the Chicago Bears fans, and this is our sometimes good friends, sometimes bad friends at PFF. So, you know, we agree sometimes, we disagree a lot of times, but for them to be the one of the sources for non-biased, just the numbers, analytically speaking, that's what they call themselves, or that's what they looked at as. I mean, a lot of different shows use them, a lot of podcasts use them as references to their point estimates. I mean,
you said it. You said sometimes we like the stats they put out. Sometimes we don't like them. They got some shit out there that got Caleb Williams as like the favorite breakout quarterback of this next season. And then you turn around and you put a floor as a bust. I think y'all know what I feel about this. I said this last week and I said it all through the offseason. I think what Caleb showed us this past year was his floor. That's his floor.
Yeah.
And if that's your floor, sign me up. If that is your floor, sign me up every day of the goddamn week. I can't wait to see what your ceiling is. Before I keep going, fellas at the bottom, Ronnie, Father Dev. Y'all got some quick thoughts that y'all want to just throw out there?
I got a couple quick thoughts. I'm gonna stick to Caleb to keep it kind of short or whatever. Although the Jaden Daniels thing's a little ridiculous with the Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray, it's like really he has like no bad things ever happening. That's just gonna be coasting through. But okay, when we get to Caleb Williams, the Jordan Love and the busting, it's like what you said, Mark. 3,500, 20-6 in a year where he's inexperienced, horrible coaching staff, and a horrible line, and he still produced that. So how can he not get better? I just don't believe that. It's just so absurd and ridiculous that people would put that a bust. Come on now, that hurt my feelings probably more than it hurt Caleb's. I mean, that ticked me off. I was like, wow, this is getting a little crazy, a little ridiculous. He's going to be way better than that. We had a segment earlier in the year where you talked about. Mark, you said, is Caleb a top tier or the second half? Top 16 or second half, of the quarterbacks? And I said he was in the second half. But realistically, when you think about it, he's top 12, top 10 already. There's nobody in the league I would trade him for because he's our guy. I want to ride it out with our guy. I want to see what happens. I don't want to let him go or trade him. And something happens because that's how we roll in Chicago with multiple teams. Our guys leave and their stars elsewhere. I'm tired of that. We drafted him. He came here. He wants to play. Let's get it.
Like you said, because believe it or not, no matter what Bears fans want to, hindsight of 2020 say about Mitch, when Mitch was here, you may have wanted Deshaun Watson to be drafted, or not too many people knew what Patrick Mahomes really was going to be in that draft, but. Mitch was our quarterback, was he not? We rolled for him. We rolled for him till the wheels fell off, and they fell off. But we rolled. And if I'm gonna ride for that dude,
right?
I'm gonna continue to ride for Caleb.
Mitch Trubisky wasn't that bad. He got hurt in the Minnesota game and decided not to run anymore in his career after that, and that killed us. He got scared after that. But yeah, he was our guy.
Mitch. Mitch has some he has some issues that I don't think, because if you listen, I don't know if y'all heard Allen Robinson, and I don't want to talk about Mitch for too long, but Allen Robinson recently spoke about what went wrong after that 2018 12-4 season. He spoke after the double doink. He spoke about it. He said they switched the scheme after that. And Nagy went away from what Mitch was quote unquote good at, I guess, which that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to run what your players are good at, but Nagy went away from it, and those were Allen Robinson's words.
Right.
But stay on track. Father Dev, initial thoughts on when you see this. I know you've seen it. We all seen it. When you seen this shit come across your phone screen, what was you thinking?
My first thought was, as soon as I saw it, it was specifically designed to antagonize Bear fans and not just the Caleb Williams part, but the JJ McCarthy part is really throwing me for a loop. Like, he didn't even come out, like when he came out of college, he was seen as a quarterback that was handing off the ball all the time because they had a more prevalent run game than passing game.
Absolutely.
And yet you expect that he's going to be Joe Burrow? As that, like, that's a possibility? Like, but yet he missed an entire year for an ACL injury. And we all know how those kind of things you never really know about. But yet his floor is Sam Darnold.
Right.
And I don't know if they're looking at Sam Darnold from like 2 years ago or Sam Darnold from last year, because if they're expecting Sam Darnold's ceiling as JJ McCarthy's floor, I think they're going to be severely disappointed about that one. But that was what threw the disrespect for me, because like any number of these guys could become a bust. I don't think any of them will. I think this was a very strong QB class, but to say that Caleb is the only one who could potentially become a bust, that to me just it all it seems like is that it was designed to piss the hell out of Bear fans, and that's exactly what it seems to have done.
It worked. It definitely worked with me. And I won't necessarily say pissed, but I mean, Wes and Dev, y'all know my criticism with PFF when they was ranking Braxton Jones and all of that, when they was doing that type of shit, and they kept putting him up, and I'm like, absolutely not. I've been criticizing this website or that company for the longest of time, and this just adds to it. Look, take for PFF, take from it what you will. I won't, come at anybody who likes to use it, because you can use it for certain arguments that you want to make. But I'm gonna make an argument here. We talk about the Bears not having a 4,000-yard passer, right? We don't got a 30 touchdown passer, right? Best believe it. And Jay Cutler was here. That's why all the Cuddy fans, I'm like, that dude didn't throw for 4,000 either, nor did he throw for 30 touchdowns. I got a list of all, because this is to refute the bust claims, right? And I don't know how what you saw from Caleb gave you bust floor. I don't even care about the ceiling right now. Fuck the ceiling. This is all the quarterbacks that threw for 30 touchdowns last season. Let me get that banner off the screen. Joe Burrow, 43. Lamar, you see it, 41. Baker Mayfield, 41. 37 from Jared Goff, 35 from Sam Darnold, and I put Bo Nix in there because he had 29. I respect that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But not only let's see, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 5 quarterbacks threw for 30 touchdowns. It's not like it's just, it's just it's just happening. Every quarterback tossing 30 touchdowns. It's a lot. Patrick Mahomes not on that list.
Right.
Now, I mean, you see, first of all, let's give some praise to Lamar Jackson. 41 touchdowns and 4 interceptions is insane.
That's ridiculous.
That's insane. But you see who else ain't up there? The MVP, Josh Allen.
Ooh,
up there.
I was just gonna go there, Mark. You know I was gonna go there. What MVP at?
He's not up there. Like I said, this is just to refute the bust claims or the bust floor. And that a lot of Bears fans do want him to hit that 30 touchdowns. A lot of Bears fans think he can hit that 30 touchdowns, but I want to just show it only happened 5 quarterbacks did it. And the 5 that did it, they didn't just do 30. They shattered that shit. Like 43, 41, 41, 30. They weren't, you know what I mean? Like, it's not just something that's so common. Yes, Ricky. Yeah, I can't stall him out. Absolutely not.
Not at all. I told you.
But y'all fellas get what I'm saying when I'm like, we want this 30 touchdown passer because it hasn't happened and it has to happen at some point. Absolutely. But let's just not act like you know, like it's just the thing that's happening. Patrick Mahomes didn't make that list. Another thing I want to show real quick, and I'll pass the mic, the yards, passing yards. Our quarterback had 3,500. These are the quarterbacks that threw for 4,000 because there's not an easy feat to just do. Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield, Geno Smith, Sam Darnold, Lamar Jackson. And guess who not up there as well? Patrick Mahomes. Exactly. Josh fucking Allen and every other quarterback that's on this list. They're not up there. Not up there. It's not happening. Now, granted, Caleb threw 62% completion percentage. Every dude we just looked at was over that. Every dude. I get it. He does need to improve there, which is why Wes, I think Jeremy was in. A lot of Bears fans was in on this that wanted him to throw the ball more, throw more interceptions. I'm like, dude ain't completing the ones he throwing. He's 62% completion percentage. You want to go down to 60? My point is the 4,000s, these elite dudes right here. I mean, Sam Darnold, Geno Smith, they're good. I don't know about elite. It don't come by often. So Bears fans, that bar y'all set for Caleb is like, let's be realistic about it. And we had expectations coming into this season. All three of us, Dev and Wes, we all gave our best case scenario and our worst case scenario for the kid. Let's be realistic. Let's not try to run this dude into the ground. So when you see this post and you talk about bust, I hope every Bears fan, even the Caleb haters, every single one, dog PFF for this because this is bullshit and it's clickbait and they got me. Go ahead. I'll pass the mic. I know I went on a little rant there. They got me.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna go off your graphic. You know, I got a couple that I'll throw up there real quick that you put up there. But you see who was on that list? Was Jared Goff not on that list? How you think Jared Goff threw for 40 touchdowns and 4,000 yards? Who do you think schemed the plays for him to throw for 4,000 yards and 30 plus touchdowns? You know who else wasn't up on that list? I'm gonna go ahead and add my image. You go ahead and see right there. What's that? 46, 29. Ooh.
Who got 46? Oh yeah, Jared Goff. Yep.
Jared Goff, 46-29. Or how many touchdowns did he throw?
37 touchdowns and 12 interceptions.
12 interceptions.
Crazy, because 5 of those interceptions came in one game. That's wild.
Yep, and that's why. But this is another person that was on. I'm gonna add this to the stage real quick. Let me just get my image up there. There's another person that wasn't on that list.
You're
right. He got somebody else that wasn't on that list.
You damn right.
He ain't on that list.
He's a game man.
Hey, but he's a champion. Ain't that the goal?
He is.
Ain't that the goal? Ain't that the talk? Ain't that the talk? We tired of talking about 85?
Yes, sir.
We need to start talking about 26, 27, 28, 30, 31. Remember back in 2029 when Caleb won his third Super Bowl? Remember, ain't that, as a Bears fan, would you prefer to be talking about that? So this is, like you were saying, it's clickbait, it's preposterous, it's just dumb. I'm gonna show you. Here go the facts. Here go the fact right here. Here go the fact. Throw this image up there. We can keep going. Here's the facts right here. It's gonna come out. I gotta take this one off. Sorry. Boom. That's the fact.
Oh, that's the real one.
That's the truth.
The real deal.
This is the truth. And I'm gonna tell you why that's the truth. So, so Caleb had 3,500 yards, 20 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Jordan Love last year had 3,389, 25 touchdowns, and 11 interceptions. And that's
what I them numbers one more time.
3,389 yards, 25 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. I should have wrote down how many times he got sacked, but I ain't gonna put that in there because let's just be honest, that was the reason that he didn't eclipse the 4,000. That was the reason he didn't. have 30 touchdowns, 25. And yeah, a lot of it was some of it was I'm not gonna say a lot. It was personnel. We know the offensive line. It was his rookie year, but that was Jordan Love's 4th year in the league.
Yeah.
And he had 3,389. And the only other season he had last year that was better than that was 4,100. So he only was roughly 800 yards better after being in the league for 4 years. You talk about somebody that only played 17 games. And then you give him like I said, you add everything else onto it. We talked about with Jared Goff up there. We talked about who was on that list, how hard it is to get that. This is not an easy feat. We're not talking about Tom Brady versus Peyton Manning in their prime when they were, who's going to hit 50 touchdowns this season and them back-to-backs 48, and the next year 49, and the next year 51, and next year this not that. But to have him as a bust is crazy. And just like Dev, you said, no, I just want to point out, Jeff, like you said,
you good.
Having J.J. McCarthy, what was his? It was Joe Burrow, or his floor was
Sam Darnold. Jesus,
Joe Burrow or Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold was on that list. God. Sam Darnold was on that list.
They're saying that J.J. McCarthy's floor or ceiling, he is going to be throwing for 30, 35 touchdowns. He is going to be in the top quarterbacks of the league.
Has he even taken a snap yet?
No.
Jesus Christ. It's ridiculous.
And yet nobody was saying this last year about Caleb. Like, nobody was saying he's going to be like leading the league and everything. People were saying he needs to get his feet wet. He needs to understand the flow of the game. But how can you just ignore that when it comes to JJ, who hasn't played a game yet?
Yeah,
I just hope all the critics are hungry because they're going to be eating some words.
So, and I probably should have did a little bit more homework. I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, fellas, I don't think who is that? Is it Jameis? Okay, let me talk about Michael Penix real quick. Another dude who came in, he started week 8, week 6, 7, or 8, something like that. Justin Herbert ceiling, that's fine. You can give these dudes whatever ceiling you want. I can't tell, they're rookies. They were rookies. So whatever you saw and whatever ceiling you got for them, that's subjective. Well, the floor, I feel like I could quibble a little bit. Jameis Winston wish he had a season like Caleb Williams did. He wishes he did. I think what was I'm gonna look up Jameis Winston's.
He has some good seasons. He has some 5,000. He has some 5,100 yard season. He threw 33 touchdowns and 30 interceptions now.
That was the 30-30. Like that's horrible.
Yeah, that is horrible.
That is horrible.
That.
After that season, he said, I needed eye surgery. He got the eye surgery now. He did but after that 30-30. So wait, was the 5,000? That was the 30-30 season?
I believe that's a 30-30 season. I'll verify.
I remember the 30-30 season, but I'm just saying.
I was just looking at it. I was just looking because it was crazy. I knew James Winston had some major, like a 5,000 yard season or something like that. But that was a 30 for 30.
Ricky, I said it from the jump. Clickbait, hook, line, sinker. Absolutely. We're about to talk about it. Wes, you said there's no such thing as dog days or whatever, but I mean, there's no news. Everybody on vacation right now. All the players on vacation. There's no bombshell news or whatever. There's absolutely, like you said, Wes, to your credit, when you covering this team, there's a shit ton to talk about. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But there's no news, and they just gave us something to chop it up about. I still don't respect them. Yeah. Y'all know that. Anybody who puts Braxton Jones in a top 20 of anything is, I don't respect them.
Anybody that brings him up, period.
But any last thoughts y'all want to make on this? I mean, it's a lot. Like, this is crazy.
I got something I just want to kind of piggyback off Chef West a little bit with the Caleb Williams. I just don't understand where people. Okay, 3,520 and 6, and that was in a rookie campaign with the coaching and all the stuff that he went through, and for people to depict him to be something that he's not, it just blows my mind how people cannot understand. Our running game is going to be better this year too. People need to understand that too. The running game opens up the passing game. Yeah, we might not be exactly, thrilled with our running back room at the moment, but we don't really know what they're going to do behind the line and behind the schemes that we have now. Everything has changed for the Chicago Bears. The line has changed. The schemes have changed. Swift might be a badass running back now. We don't know what is going to come of this.
Right.
But, so I'm all about Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams now. How could you not want to be a part of this? Honestly, it's ridiculous for people to talk crap about it. I just can't stand it.
So let me ask y'all fellas this, and then in the chat y'all can weigh in on this. What would, and I want to answer from the whole panel, what would make Caleb Williams a bust? Like, now let's actually talk about it. What would, not just this season, you could talk about this next season, you could talk about the entirety of his career. But what, in your opinion, and everybody got their own opinion, what to you would make Caleb Williams a bust? And I'll go first, and I'll let y'all fellas think on that because y'all didn't see this question coming. For me, what I think would make Caleb Williams a bust, an actual bust, is if he gave me these numbers right here from here on out. And these numbers I'm finna give y'all, they aren't rookie numbers. I'm about to look them up right now. I just thought of this. I didn't have this question in my head. I gotta find them. I gotta search the player and then find. Okay, if he gave us these numbers right here, these are bust numbers right here for me. 2,200 yards passing, 2,500 yards. These are the next season. So next year, 2,200 yards passing, 2,500 yards passing, 2,700 yards passing. Those are bust numbers to me. Now, circumstantially, if you want to say, oh, well, what did he have on the ground for rushing numbers? That's fine, but we're not talking about a quarterback where we're talking about his rushing numbers. Because if you want to talk about his rushing numbers, let's talk about what he did this year. His rushing numbers weren't amazing. You know what I mean? When we talk about Caleb Williams, we're not going to add rushing numbers to, like, it helps a tiny bit, but y'all fellas get what I'm saying. We're not going to say, well, maybe he was running the ball, because that's not who he is. That's what I would call a bust. Based on where he was drafted, the talent that he has, because I think a bust is more off the talent that you have that you don't untap. You don't unpackage that talent. That's a bust. You know what I mean? There's a lot of talented players that just weren't it. They still are good. They're still really fucking good. You just did not untap that potential. You didn't get into it. You didn't tap into it. That's what I would say is a bust. Ronnie, Father Dev, Wes. For Caleb to be a bust, what would you have to see next season, his entire career? What would it look like? And we got some people in the chat. Opinion.
I think for Caleb to be a bust and a flat out bust, it would be him stopping himself, not taking those risks sometimes across the middle. Not wanting to get rid of the ball fast enough, holding onto it, trying to make magic. And I think Ben's going to get him out of that a little bit. He's not going to take them sacks. He's got to drop back and get rid of the ball quick, whether it's for 3 yards or 20 yards. Just get rid of it. Get the play, get the yards. Don't be afraid. He's going to have some picks. Look, he's going to have more than 6 picks in his career. He got lucky in his rookie campaign or whatever, and that might have been because of his reluctance to throw it. Because
he threw a lot of balls. I don't mean to cut you off. He threw a lot of passes that should have been picked. So, like you said,
he's going to have picks, and he needs to understand that. That's going to come with the NFL game. You can throw 15, 12 picks, whatever, and still be a dominant quarterback and make an impact in this league. So that's all. Just don't be afraid to take chances and do what your coaches are coaching you to do. Believe in yourself. That's all. Just do what you do.
Look at Ricky Mosby. He said if he's the same or worse than Fields, he's a bust.
Well, yeah, being drafted where we drafted him, I agree.
Absolutely. Being drafted where you drafted him and being a non-scrambling quarterback. Now, you can, non-rushing quarterback. Right. He's a scrambler. Caleb can fucking scramble. But he's not a runner. That's not what he is.
To get away, but he ain't gonna make yards. Yeah,
exactly. I like what you said, Ronnie. Fellas, to the right.
I was going after piggyback off what Ronnie said. I was thinking confidence. He doesn't
believe in yourself.
If he loses his confidence, like we kind of have gotten over the year of watching him that he's confident in his abilities and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
But if the sacks that he took last year, because we already know that we screwed up Justin Fields with letting him take so many sacks, and he could end up being the same way. And if that were to happen, where he doesn't trust his line, he doesn't trust his receivers.
Yep.
There were, like you were talking about, the ones that could have been picks. There were ones that could have been touchdowns, but his receivers bouncing off their hands, and these are veteran receivers that should know how to catch a ball.
Preach.
So losing trust in his receivers, losing trust in his line, and just not being able to take that next step, that would be how he would be a bust. But it would take a lot for him to get to that. Like, there is no way he gets there next year.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he becomes a bust, and it is a very big if, in my opinion, if he becomes a bust, it is 4 or 5 years from now. We're looking at it like, okay, he's been like taken over by the league, and he just did not keep up. He lost his mojo. He lost his confidence that he had his first year. Yep. So he's a bust. That would be the only way that he becomes a bust, is if he loses all confidence in himself and his ability to be a quarterback.
100% agree. 100% agree.
So my take on is that he can't be a bust.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go off the graphic, and I'm gonna go off kind of what everybody else said and what we're talking about. We talk about Baker Mayfield, talk about his resurrection after some time in the league. We talk about Sam Darnold, he on there, his resurrection in the league. Geno Smith, we talked about his resurrection in the league. People was down on them early on in their kind of career. I mean, people were still giving Trevor Lawrence so much rope he could hang 20 people, right? So my whole thing is this. If he can do better than 2,121 yards, 13 touchdowns, 12 interceptions on 24 sacks, that's a stat line from last year. You know whose stat line that was?
Say the numbers again one more time. My bad.
2,121 yards, 13 touchdowns, 12 interceptions on 24 sacks. You know whose stat line that was last year? That's Jameis Winston's stat line last year. And how can he be the other guy's floor and not be considered a bust?
True.
What?
Wes got a point.
And on top of that, like you were saying, Mark, it depends on where you was drafted. What was Jameis Winston drafted?
Tampa.
Wasn't he drafted
first round, first pick overall?
Okay, yeah, for sure. Yep.
Right? So if he's better than Jameis Winston's in any capacity over the next 7 years, how can he be a bust if that's somebody else's floor?
Remind me, who went first, Jared Goff or Carson Wentz? Was it Goff or was it Wentz? I know they went 1 and 2. I just don't remember who went first in that draft. Go ahead, keep my bad, Wes. Keep going. I'm gonna look it up real quick. I just want to see something.
But no, that's my whole point. Why this just looks like patchwork when you're looking at some of these guys up here, like, and especially like the Fulls. I mean, like you said, and Goff went first. There you go. And remember, Goff got traded.
I was gonna say it. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Goff got traded. How he not a bust? He couldn't do it on his first team. He wasn't the man when he first came out.
That's why we can't lose Caleb. He'll do it for somebody else. I promise you.
You know what I mean? It's like so we could talk about these guys when we're looking at it, and you look at all the other guys, and like I said, even with JJ McCarthy still ain't throwing for 3,000 yards.
He ain't throwing for 1 yard.
It up.
Right. He threw for 0 yards in the NFL and less than 3,000 both years at Michigan.
And Joe Burrow is his ceiling with seeing nothing? That is crazy.
And you see what Joe Burrow do. Come on now. So like I said,
in college, wasn't Joe Burrow throwing like crazy numbers to his
all-star cast? All-star.
They followed him to the league.
I don't get how that's the ceiling for a guy who
ain't did shit.
Their scheme was more run based. Like, how can you be sure that he's going to be throwing for damn near 5,000 yards as his ceiling, or 4,300 yards as his floor? Like, how the heck you think that he's somewhere in the middle, like at 4,500 yards, when nobody's really seen him in a pass heavy offense?
Which I think this next year will really be telling for Sam Darnold if he's on the trajectory of Geno Smith, the slow start and then it just clicks, because we can't. This ain't just 1 year for Geno Smith. Geno Smith's been doing this for these numbers we see on the screen at 43-20, 21 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. Look, first of all, 21 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. Give me the 20-6. Any day, obviously. I think everybody would take that. But I think this year with Sam being in Seattle, it'll let us know exactly what kind of quarterback he is. Was this a fluke year, or is he? I understand it now. You know what I mean? Kind of like I understand it now. And
now Geno's going to
the Raiders, ain't he?
Yeah, Vegas. So he's kind of got to like stand in there and basically show that, like, I mean, granted, it's under Pete Carroll, so there's that connection, but it's with a whole new cast. So
absolutely,
he's got to kind of prove that he was the reason that he had those numbers, and it wasn't his line giving him time. It wasn't his receivers that had good hand. Like,
I hope you don't say Shane Waldron.
Oh God,
Shane Waldron better not even have a job anywhere in this league. He better.
I want to see him fries nowhere.
You know how they talked about how after Miami, Ben Johnson had to kind of like reinvent himself in the league. He basically had to take the lowest rung on the ladder, like watching some film or something like that, and then he would go and report to somebody who brought it up the ladder to where it needed to go.
Yep.
And I'm sitting there like, Shane Waldron better be the guy that's sweeping up in the locker rooms or something like that before he's even allowed anywhere near a film room, because from the sound of it, he didn't even go in one when he was a coach. So
well, from what I believe, he don't got a job. And guess who does have a job? Thomas Brown. He's with the Patriots.
Good for him.
I know, right? I was hoping he got some type of job.
He deserves it. He didn't do nothing.
Who was the offensive coordinator for Fields last year?
Luke, Uncle Luke.
Yeah,
Luke Getsy.
Does he have a job still? Because I know he was with the Raiders, and I know my friend who's a Raiders fan was very pumped about that. And I told him to be careful. And then, like 5 weeks into the season, he's like, "This offensive coordinator sucks." And I'm like, "I told you." He's like, "But the head coach is the one that should be making the decision." I'm like, "But you guys hired a head coach that was a special teams coordinator. So he probably tried to hire people that knew what they were doing, and he hired Luke Getsy, who does not know what he's doing."
He hired Luke Getsy because the Tyson Bagent destroyed his football team the year before, and he's like, "Oh, who's calling those plays for Tyson Bagent?" Luke Getsy. That's what that was. Antonio Pierce, I want to say.
Take the bastard.
Snowbell. I haven't seen you in the chat. Hit that like button for us. Subscribe to the channel, by the way. The Black Bear Podcast. One word, no spaces. I'm your host, Mark Rob, with my co-host in the building. Chef West to the right of me. Ronnie B, Father Dev at the bottom of your screen. We go live every Sundays. Post-game shows after every game when the season gets going, and then some pre-game shows just to add a little spice to it. Fellas.
I just keep looking at the list because
I was going to US. I was about to, because it's crazy, right?
That's
like
crazy.
We didn't even talk about Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray comparison. That's to me. That's crazy. Now he had a hell of a season, but come on.
I mean, I think it's not like unfathomable. You know, I could believe like at his best he could probably be a little, and at his worst he could probably be a column. I could sit down at the table and argue. Ceiling. I could sit down and have you argue the fact of that.
Absolutely.
I can give that with the season that he had. Yeah, if he keeps it up and keeps going, I could see the comparison that you're talking about and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm looking at the leading quarterbacks in receiving yards and touchdowns, and 2 of them is first overall picks. 3 of them is people who actually, if you want to go into it, we can say 4 of them, including Lamar Jackson, people who almost gave up on him because remember Lamar Jackson was a running back for many years.
I know, right? Go to receiver.
You know what I'm saying? Go to receiver, go to running back. Baker Mayfield, people was off on him for a long time. Jared Goff, like you said, he got traded. And then Sam Darnold, you know, you throw him out there. I think they put it in there and talk about how the coach got him where he's at. What the same thing you can say for Jared Goff when he had Ben Johnson.
Look, for Goff, great, good job. This is just like Sam Darnold. I don't mean to cut you off, but just like with Sam Darnold, we need to see it now. Sam, you know you're with the Seattle Seahawks, and they hoping you can, you know, they gave you that money. Jared Goff, Ben Johnson's gone. There's a reason Sean McVay gave up on you. Show us that it ain't, you know what I mean. Show us now. Let's see it now. And I'm not trying to get down on any of these dudes. Go ahead, Wes. Go ahead. Keep going.
I said I am. I'm getting down on all of them just because of the graphics. The graphics are so disrespectful. I'm kind of getting down on all of them. All of them. Like I said, the only one I'm not gonna get down on is Jay Daniels because he had a good season. So I'm not gonna sit here and act like I ain't watch and see what he did. That's cool. So did CJ Stroud his rookie year, and then we saw what happened his sophomore year. So things can change drastically. So I'm not even gonna jump into that argument. But the rest of these guys on here. Comparative, I mean, you want to throw Bo Nix up there, kind of okay, cool. Sean Payton is good, but other than that, it's like the rest of these guys is unproven.
Drew Brees is a failure, though.
Not. I mean,
but who's a failure?
No, I said Drew Brees is his ceiling for Bo Nix.
Oh, okay.
That's crazy. Yeah. He's a 5 quarterback period in NFL history.
That's what I'm saying. Like I said, Bo. Are you talking about talent? Like I said, Sean Payton. If you want to throw Drew Brees out there, it has to be because of Sean Payton.
So let's look at Bo Nix. Let's look at Bo Nix. I'm glad y'all talking about Bo Nix real quick. Was he up here for yards? No, he wasn't up there for yards. He was up there for touchdowns. I put him on there just because he sniffed at 30 touchdowns. But if you look at his 66 completion percentage, 66%. Like I said, Caleb's was 62.5. That absolute for Caleb. I don't make too many excuses for Bears players. Especially not the quarterback position, but that has to get better. 62.5. Let me see it at up here. Give me the 66. I ain't gonna ask for too big of a jump. Give me 66, 60. I don't even want to settle for 65. I ain't gonna lie. 66. Show me something like that. But Bo Nix. I mean, do y'all respect it? Do y'all really respect the Bo Nix, or
is he like 25, 26 years old?
Is he? He is old, ain't he?
He's older coming in playing. I'm not. That's not a bad thing. I'm just
right.
But I mean, how many years is he going to be able to do that coming in that late?
Okay,
he's got to figure it out quick.
Okay,
and like I said, on top of that, the Drew Brees, it is not because of Bo Nix. Like I said, it's because of Sean Payton. Sean Payton, and if you listen to anybody talk about Sean Payton want his quarterback to be exactly what he wants. He don't care what's on your jersey or what team you on. He wants you to be the best and one of the best quarterbacks he ever coached. Was Drew Brees. So he's going to turn you into Drew Brees. Let's watch Drew Brees. Yeah. Let's watch Drew Brees video. This is what you're going to be.
One last thing I want to say is the Drake May thing kind of bothers me too. His ceiling is Trevor Lawrence and his floor is Daniel Jones. How does that make him feel? Like he doesn't have a chance?
Well, I'm glad Ricky put this in the he put that in the there he goes. Ricky said they are calling May a possible bust because Jones is bust, I'm guessing, and Trevor
it's like he's got to be feeling bad.
Looking like one. But go ahead, keep going.
No, that's all I was saying was like the Drake May thing. Like when I looked at it, it just blew. It was like blowing me. Like Trevor Lawrence is how if that's your ceiling, then man, you got to really be in the weight room and trying to be reading that playbook hard because that's not a ceiling, really.
That's not a compliment.
That's a possibility of being in the league still. I mean, Daniel Jones, he's on his way out, so yeah, for Drake May to be looking at that, that's rough.
So my thing, and then so where was Daniel Jones drafted? Because I know Mac Jones. I would say that for Bo Nix. I think you're saying either boom or bust for Bo Nix, because Mac Jones is a bust. I mean, first round quarterback. Sure. That's a bust. That is a bust. But Daniel Jones, if he wasn't drafted in the first round, I'm looking it up now. Let me get that off the screen. If he wasn't drafted in the first round, then I wouldn't really call that a bust. You know what I mean? Oh wow, he was the 6th overall pick. That's a major bust.
That is a bust.
That was a bust. As bust, man. Look, that's a bust. I'm with you, Ricky. My bad. I questioned you a little bit, but I'm with you. Bare Truth. Oh, I ain't even get to read this comment, but now you good. He said, "Man, I get it's a dead season, but bust playoffs. This is not even a topic. I mean, you got to get crazy creative to even really make this a real topic." He also goes in to say Caleb will be top 5 QB by year's end. I like to hear that. I like to hear Bears fans on this side. Believe it or not, it's a bunch of Bears fans that's still not with him, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine.
I disagree with you there, Mark. It's not fine because I have seen Bears fans support players who are absolute trash for years and years. And so how can you just like label somebody a bust their first year when they did more than just about hardly like most of the quarterbacks that we have ever had, and through the term, like they talk about like being tough, and I don't think I've seen a tougher QB than Caleb putting up with all the shit he had to put up with. And then just like and he didn't even like complain about, like he didn't go out there like complaining in his interview process or in his interviews after the game, like talking about all this shit that was happening. Like he kept that shit behind closed doors, and then it comes out after the season about all this stuff about the coaches weren't with him watching film, making sure he knew what to look for and stuff. He didn't air that out during the middle of the season and stuff like that. He let things play the way they were. And honestly, I don't know how you can't just look at that guy and think like that is the toughness that Chicago represents.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm gonna try to see if I can put this in here, Mark. That clip.
Okay, why? Okay, I just want to touch on what Devin just said because you are absolutely right. That was a great point that I didn't even think about.
For sure.
Remember last year? We all recall, not last year, but the year before. And this is not a shot at the kid. This is not a shot because he had every right to come out and say what he said. They asked Justin Fields at that goddamn podium, "What's going on with the why? Tell us, talk to us. What did Justin say? Coaching." He said it. Mm-hmm. Coaching. If anybody should have got up to that podium and said coaching, it should have been the kid that had 3, 4, 5, 6 coaches fired mid-season, right? I'm glad you brought that up. I never thought about it that way, Dad, because like you said, he's stuck in there. He never threw his coaches under the bus. Not one time. You didn't even get a sniff. But we all seen it ourselves.
Well, but like at the same time, we were made to believe that he was some like big drama queen, like absolutely he was gonna be like this locker room cancer. Where did that actually come from now? Like I mean, before we got rid of Fields, that's what I believed.
Yeah.
And I apologize for believing it because it's not even close to being true. He was one of the strongest people on the entire team.
And you know, so this is interesting though, because Dev, we talked about all of this with the Wickersham book and everything. You was gone and we didn't really get your opinion on it. Would you classify this is really just for you? There's a question for you straight up. The whole going to Seth Wickersham and saying, or just the whole article. You heard about it. We talked about it in the group chat. Would you classify that as like diva work or like what you think about that? Just quick thoughts on what you thought about the article, Dev.
Which article again?
The whole Seth Wickersham, Caleb not wanting to be a Chicago Bear, him wanting to be actually after the meeting with the Vikings, him wanting to be a Viking. He wanted to be a Viking. That's the only thing we didn't talk about, Wes and Dev. We talked about everything else, but the Viking thing we didn't really talk about back when it's a year ago. You know, we didn't know about that.
We touched on it. We touched on it.
But at the same time, I get it. I get where he's coming from because they have a good head coach up there, and he probably walked into Chicago and was like, "Oh shit, they got some dysfunction here." But at the same time, he has come out saying that as soon as he met with Chicago, he knew he wanted to be the leader of this team, the one that brings us another championship. So, I mean, it's basically like you got a couple of job interviews. You go to one and you're like, hey, this could be a good company to work for. But then you go to another one and you're like, they just blew me away and they want me even more than the other company wants me. Like they want to make me the highest paid engineer that this company has ever had. So I don't know. Looking at it that way, it's like, okay, I get that after you can have a good interview and look at it and be like, okay, this interview went well. I like this company. I want to work here, but I need to go through the process of going through the other interviews, and then you find a better fit. Nobody blames you for finding a better fit and originally wanting to go to the other company that's got a good foundation. Nobody really gives you any flack for it.
Look, I agree with you, and I'll give you another. It's like all of our girlfriends, all our ladies. We, all the ladies we've dealt with, we've dated or whatever. There were better looking dudes than us out there. They just was. They could have. They probably, your lady. She looked pretty good, and this and that. She could have went somewhere else. Guess where she went? Guess where she came? The ugly Chicago Bears with all the baggage that we got, all of the bullshit we got going on in the background. She came to us. Take some pride in that. Take some pride in that, Chicago Bears fans. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, you know what? Chicago Bears fans need to understand that Chicago needs to understand and realize and come to terms with the fact that Caleb Williams will be the best quarterback that Chicago has ever seen. Period. It's not even a contest. Look what we've had. Look what we're going into. He will throw for 30. He will get that 4,000. It's not even a question. It's just when. Really do it.
Oh, wow. I didn't even see the chat. You getting some welcome bags, Dad. Mama Blues, I'm glad you was able to join us. Actually, we got a question that we got to answer in the mailbag segment from Mama Blues. And then not Bear True. Yeah, Bear True put this one in there. I think we want to. Should we add that to the bag? Throw that in the mailbag? Might as well just throw that in there. That's a good question. I haven't seen that yet, actually. So, all right. Thoughts, fellas? If you any y'all keep going. This is a great conversation. Go ahead, Wes.
I got one thing I want to share. Hopefully, it let me play it. I showed it to you earlier, but I'm gonna see if it goes in. It's from I think Rich Eisen, I believe, and it's kind of to what you were saying, Dave. It's kind of what you were saying. Let's see if they'll let me throw this up.
Okay, I see it up there.
The coach, right? He's
if you put it in there,
creating a relationship. And arms being thrown around the guy, but a little bit of tough love is thrown in the direction that he appreciates as well. And all the stuff that he thought was going to happen if he went to Chicago and wanted to avoid going to Chicago for did happen to him his rookie season, but he's maybe going to wind up better for it.
So that's Rich Eisen, of course.
I wanted to put that up there.
You know what's crazy about that? Yeah. Go ahead. You know what's crazy about that clip? And I'll put y'all back. I think people like that's a different angle. You could look at Caleb's rookie season. The shit he went through, like you all heard it. We all heard it. What don't kill you make you stronger. He 68 sacks and you didn't miss a game.
Yeah.
Is that if that's not what don't kill you, make you stronger? I don't know what is. You didn't miss a game. You was in it all season.
If that ain't
all
tough,
season,
what else is it?
He survived. Yeah.
So that's a great take from Rich Eisen. I like hearing people talk about the Bears that bring me. Y'all know I think I know everything, but I like hearing different angles that make like, oh yes, I didn't think of that. I didn't see it from that way. It's definitely refreshing because you don't get that all the time. You just really don't. You get a lot of the same it's just washed and reused, washed and reused takes and everything like that. So that's definitely a good point because look, who knows? I'm not saying he's gonna be Iron Man and not miss another game, not miss a game this season. I'm not saying that at all. It's football, most dangerous sport out there. But everything he went through, I'm sure that created some type of armor, that created some type of hard outer, shell or whatever. Even helped him be more of a leader. Like, hey, I don't want that to happen again. I'm gonna talk more. I'm not a rookie no more. You know what I mean? I'm gonna control this team as best as I could. So hopefully, like Rich Eisen said, hopefully he comes out better for it. So
should build character for him, if anything.
Absolutely. Every time something happens, every time something happens with like children or like a child gets like scrape their knee or anything crazy happen, with not just with children, but with anybody, like you stub your toe, Wes, or whatever. Anything like that happens with me in my life, I always say to my lady, I'm like, it builds character. And I just leave it. I say, it builds character. She hated it, but I always say it builds character. And I just leave because you're going to be stronger for it.
Yeah.
Like, we not finna cry for you, Caleb. We damn sure ain't gonna cry for Caleb. We damn sure ain't. We didn't cry for Justin. I know some people did. Justin did wrong, this and that and third. It is what it is. He absolutely did. I can acknowledge it, but I ain't gonna cry for you. I'm not. You're rich, man. Go on with your Jets, your Pittsburgh life or whatever. I'm gonna cry for you. Caleb, 68 sacks. Braxton Jones is a bitch. He can't fucking block. He's a turnstile. I'm not gonna cry for you. Coleman Shelton getting pushed right in your lap. I'm not gonna cry for you. You know what I mean? I'm gonna look at that GM though for sure. Ryan Post. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Any last takes on this crazy? What Mama Blue saying? I can't see. She said, I like that last year was his floor, but I hate that he's basically having another rookie year like Justin Fields because they fired everybody. Oh, wait. All right. If we gonna get questions like this, it's gonna be turned to the mailbag episode because that's a lot to unpack right there. Y'all know how I feel about that.
I have a minor take on that, and kind of to piggyback off what we were just saying about like him learning things and learning about what to kind of like how he needs to approach the game and stuff like that. And I feel like that taught him a lot about the league as a whole. And because of all the changes that he went through, I feel like he's learned to have to adapt a little bit easier. And so I feel like he's going to be better than he was his rookie year.
Yep.
Because one, we have a new head coach, yes, but this head coach seems to actually know what he's doing. And that's always been our problem is, yes, we get a new head. Like they kept saying we had that repetition of bringing in these new head coaches and like the second year of rookie, like the second year of somebody on their rookie contract. And the problem is it's not that we brought in new head coaches. To me, it's the problem that we were bringing in the wrong head coaches. And that is where the problem is to me, because you can't have a bad head coach and be like, well, it's not the head coach's fault. It's the quarterback because he can't figure out how this new head coach runs his team. No, the head coach sucks. If the head coach sucks, the rookie isn't going to really, or the quarterback's not going to do well his second year because he can't figure out how to coach a football team. So,
well, if you look at Caleb's numbers in his first year with that coaching staff, it just makes you feel like, how could he not have a better year? Because he was bamboozled. He had a defensive coordinator as his head coach and a horrible offensive coordinator that didn't watch film with him or show him anything. So, yeah, this is just going to get better from here on out. I truly believe that.
Like you said, we keep hiring. What it really is, like you were saying, Devin. We hire lame duck coaches. We don't hire lame duck coaches, but we draft quarterbacks with lame duck coaches. We let coaches draft quarterbacks and fire them the year after. Happened with 3 times in a row. Mitch, Justin, and now Caleb. 3 times in a row. Then you got Ryan Poles and Wes. I know you don't like when I get down on your boy. But then you got Ryan Poles talking about he's annoyed about hearing about the past, but you just did exactly what you watched the last 2. What you just watched happen the last 2 head coaching cycles. You literally just watched John Fox draft Mitchell Trubisky. No, Ryan Pace draft Mitchell Trubisky. 1 year with John Fox, fire him the next year. Here comes Nagy. Then you let Nagy draft Justin Fields. 1 year with Justin, fire Nagy. Then you let Matt draft Caleb Williams. Now here you are, Ryan. You just watched what just happened, and you want to rewrite the book so goddamn bad. You let Matt draft Caleb Williams, and guess what you did, Ryan? Fired him after. It sounds insane. It really sounds insane when you really think about what goes on here, and that's what I was talking about. That with the you Caleb, you could there's better looking dudes out there. There's better looking women. However you want to slice it. Caleb decided to come here. He did. He absolutely fucking did. He did. So I just want to say that because at some point my Ryan Poles rants are gone, especially with this Ozzie Trapillo, Luther Burden, Dio Dangbo nonsense that's going on right now. I don't even want to say Ozzie because Ozzie's doing everything he needs to do. But you get what I'm saying. Especially if this stuff don't work out, I'm gonna lose my shit. But anyway, let's stay on topic. I apologize, fellas.
No, I'm just.
What's up, Wes?
No, because we never drafted a Caleb Williams.
Yeah, never.
Let's just be honest. We never drafted Caleb Williams. We drafted a Justin Fields, hoping that he eventually would turn into a Lamar Jackson. But like I said before, look at what it took for Lamar to become Lamar. People act like they wasn't talking trash behind his back before. Like I said, when y'all was calling him a running back, remember that? Now he's the 2-time MVP. How could Josh Allen? You get up on TV saying that?
They still say that shit even now with a two MVPs. Yeah. It's just now it just seems like it's the guys that are literally just trying to like dog him for no reason at this point.
If you saying that with 41 touchdowns and 4 interceptions, that's hating.
That's hate. You see what I'm saying?
But he's saying there's always going to be haters.
Absolutely.
Right, and it's people saying like, oh, the reason he only threw 4 interceptions because of Derrick Henry. Or that's because no, Derrick Henry had nothing to do with throwing the ball. He threw the ball to the right person at the right time when it was open and then took it on his way. That's what he did. He's a quarterback. You know what I mean? And if you want to go back to Mitchell Trubisky, it's like I don't know who thought Mitchell Trubisky was going to be here for a while.
Well, I mean,
somebody did.
You go 12-4.
I'm talking about as fans, and we get okay. And Rex Grossman took us to the Super Bowl.
Oh my God!
Right. But I'm just saying the way that dynamic was. It was weird with Mitch. We all seen it. You're right.
It was weird with Mitch, and we thought, okay, at least we can get a superstar in a Justin Fields.
That Super Bowl.
Yeah, of course they did. I watch the highlights all the time.
12-4.
It's the defense.
Khalil Mack. I think Khalil Mack's debut
pick 6. Come on, I watch the highlights every day.
I'm still heard about Khalil Mack. When they did that, I was like, oh wow. When they traded him out immediately, it's a rebuild. When they did that, it hurt my feelings so bad.
Like I said, honestly, I think if Ben Johnson would have jumped on the market, we could still have Matt Eberflus.
Say that one more time.
I think if Ben Johnson decided that he didn't want to be a head coach for, like I said, the next 3 or 4 years, because he think he was going to win in Detroit and he wasn't ready, we would still have Matt Eberflus.
Oh,
I don't know about that one.
I don't know about that one. Just because Kevin Warren wasn't doing that shit. Kevin Warren wasn't doing that. Kevin Warren is the reason Foles had to fire Flus mid-season. That's why he came up there with that puppy dog face at the end of the year. Remember when he was just sitting there looking like he just got scolded by his parents? But
it would have been because if I look at everybody else doing the same thing, probably end up with McCarthy or something. One of those other guys that was second or third on our list.
Right, because we weren't getting Vrabel.
We weren't getting Vrabel. So we already saw that. But I mean, you gotta like I said, it's new territory. Oh, go ahead.
No, keep going. I thought you was done.
I can read it. Mama Blue says Caleb has a tough season coming up. If you thought people were picking last season, they're going to call him a bust if we don't have a winning season. And I don't think that's too far-fetched, depending on how the season looks. If it looks like we don't have a winning season because Caleb didn't make strides, then that would be valid. But yeah, it's gonna be tough for anybody on this team to, have an excuse for not having a winning season.
I love it. I love when we can just get in there and just let it all hang out, talk about Bears football, and we have a guideline. We have things we gonna talk about, but we don't got scripts on here. We don't have scripts. It's just all what's comes to your what's coming to your mind. We stick to this topic. We gonna get derailed sometimes, and that's how sometimes segments go long. But it's Bears football, man. It's a Sunday night. Look. Hit that like button for us, the Black Bear Podcast. Like and subscribe. You can find us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook as well. We go live every Sundays. It's the dog days right now, but once the season gets going on, we can do post-game shows and some pre-game shows as well when the season starts. But we will be here after every single game, all 17, hopefully 18, 19, and how many games How many? How many games do it take to get to a Super Bowl? 20? Is it 20? I think we'll be there.
Depends if you get that first round bye.
We gonna get that first round bye, so it'll be one less.
We will be here. Appreciate that, Mama Blues. Like and subscribe for us, man. Got some people in the chat watching us, so go ahead and do that for us. Golly, look at the goddamn picture one more time. I mean, Drake May. Like, I don't want to hate on the dudes. Drake May, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, Michael Penix and JJ McCarthy. Those are the ones. I'm finna talk some shit. Yeah.
I'm hating if they ain't bust because they ain't played, they ain't did nothing. One didn't play at all. One was the backup half of the season.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's why I'm like, you want to argue Jay Dez, I'll sit down and take and argue. You want to argue Bo Nix? I'll argue. I can see. Like I said at the shop, you want to Drake May? You want to argue Drake May? I know a lot of people like Drake May. That's fine. It's just the math ain't math. E does not equal MC squared.
For me, it's the part where they didn't even like put in the time and effort to pick somebody who was a bust and just throw him in there. Like, it's the disrespect at that point. It literally looks like the whole post was a disrespect, like a post just to disrespect Caleb.
Yeah, it was just.
And I'm sitting there like, yeah, I get it that Drake May can look at it as disrespectful to himself because Trevor Lawrence ain't really done much, and that's supposed to be his supposed ceiling, and so I can get where he might look at it and feel some type of way, but like, it was a slap in the face to Caleb. And I liked what Ronnie said earlier about how he probably feels more upset about it than Caleb does.
Yeah.
And I'm right there with you.
No, I mean, they could at least put Russell Wilson.
They could have put me on there as his name.
They could have put what's his name? Quentin Richardson. Ain't that his name? What's his name from
Quentin Richardson? They play basketball.
What's his name from Indiana?
Anthony Richardson.
Yes, his name is Richardson. Yeah.
Anthony Richardson. My bad. Yeah, Quentin Richardson in basketball. Yeah, Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
They could have put anybody on there, but they slapped the word bust.
They could have put Bryce Young, anybody.
I will say Bryce Young has come a long way, but like Bryce Young was being called a bust this whole past season until halfway through the season when he started like really clicking.
Yeah.
So that's the part where it's like I still think that it's too early for all these types of conversations about are they a bust or not, because we've seen Geno Smith make great strides years later. Once it finally clicked, some people just take a little bit longer to actually get there.
Sometimes it's the system you're in, whether you match up or not with the players and whatnot.
Sometimes it's the coach who maybe just sucks.
Yeah. Real talk.
Like we've had some coaches that would prefer to mold the quarterback into what they want to run as opposed to running what the quarterback is good at.
I think we're finally matched up the way we're supposed to be with Ben Johnson, because he's going to be the direction for Caleb Williams. Our offense is going to be fine. The defense is what I'm a little worried about, and particularly the line. But other than that, I think we're good.
The thing that kind of calms me about the defense is our defensive coordinator seems to really know what he's doing. Like he's got a lot of experience. He was the Saints head coach, and yeah, he didn't make a great head coach, but neither did Flus. But Flus makes a good defensive coordinator.
I'm glad.
And so being able to grab somebody that has had head coaching experience, to me, that probably makes Ben Johnson's job a little bit easier.
Help him out too with any questions that he has about being a head coach, or how did you go about this when this happened?
What did you do wrong that I don't want to do?
Right.
Look, if you're gonna be like me and be very candid with him, hell yeah. Where did you fuck up at?
Yeah.
So I don't do that same.
Well, but see, we already kind of talked about it at one point. He saw the meltdown that happened in Miami. He saw the implosion that happened in Miami, and then he went to Detroit, and so he saw what happens when a franchise kind of goes downhill.
Yep.
And he saw kind of like the building up from the ground that they did in Detroit. So he's kind of coming in partway through the process with the Bears. We didn't completely implode, but we also are not like on the like cusp of greatness right now, but
by any means,
we're going to be getting there, and he knows how to get us there.
Not by any means.
Here go the truth. Let's put the truth back up here, people. Let's put the truth back on the screen so y'all can see.
The truth.
Especially because they kept picking players that seemed to play similarly to the young quarterbacks that they were being compared to. And that was kind of the idea with Caleb when watching him, is he does some Patrick Mahomes-like things. Not saying that he is Patrick Mahomes right now, but he does some creative things and stuff like that Patrick Mahomes is kind of known for. So that was one of those things that I kind of took into account when. That's why I'm liking the one that West threw up there. And let's be real, Jordan Love ain't that good.
No.
Hey, look, Pat Mahomes ain't got a signature move on Matt. He don't got no jump pass. He don't got no reverse hurdle like Saquon. He don't got none of that. He don't even got the look. They don't even trademark the little shuffle pass for him. They ain't called the Pat Mahomes shuffle pass. But the jump pass, you gotta earn that ticket. You gotta earn that. You gotta get some accolades in Madden before you can add that to your.
It's crazy because I saw Madden added the no look, but they put it with Matthew Stafford. They said it was Matthew Stafford's no look, which he did it. He did it. Matthew Stafford threw some no look passes, but so did Patrick Mahomes. Ricky Mosby said, "I am scared Luther has a little Deshaun Jackson in him, and he's a head case. And to be a head case, I hope I am wrong." Look. Before we jump into the mailbag, because I think let's move on from this quarterback conversation. We could talk all night about that. What's up? Yeah, I know, right? I got two scenarios. It's a little game I want to play with y'all. And there's gonna be two. It's gonna be two different things. It's gonna be excited. Hang on a second. Excited, hesitant, and worried. 3 players. You put them in categories. It's only gonna be 2 sets of them. I'm gonna give you 3, and then I'm gonna give you 3 more for the after. But the first round, we're gonna go excited, hesitant, and worried. Kind of want to wait for Wes to get back to the screen. Hopefully, you can hear me anyway. But look, if you're tuning in right now, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast. I'm your host, Mark Rod, with my co-hosts in the building with me, Chef West to the right of me, Ronnie B, and Father Dev. Welcome back, Father Dev. At the bottom of your screen. Excited, hesitant, and worried. We all played the game. Y'all know how this go. We played it in different scenarios, maybe with women, maybe with other things. This is how we're doing it today. Excited, hesitant, and worried. I got 3 players for y'all. I won't go first this time. First set of players. Dayo Adengbo, Gervon Dexter, Austin Booker. Excited, hesitant, and worried. I need a player to fit each one of those categories. I'm gonna say them again. Dayo Adengbo. Chat, y'all can get in on this too. Dayo Adengbo. Dexter or Gervon Dexter. I almost said Dexter Lawrence. I fucking wish. And Austin Booker. Excited, hesitant, and worried. I will not go first on this one. Hopefully, one of y'all 3 got y'all's already. Is that you? I'm
throwing them out there. I'm throwing Father Dev and Ronnie out there. I ain't going second. Either.
I mean, do y'all got it? Do y'all?
Of course I got it.
I can go
got
with,
order.
I got it.
Okay.
So excited, hesitant, and worried. Odingbo, Dexter, and who was the other one?
Austin Booker.
Austin Booker. Okay, excited. I'm excited for Gervon Dexter actually, because they've been talking about him and saying that he's been making strides and making progress. So I'm excited to see what he can bring to Dennis Allen's defense. So yeah, for that I am excited. Hesitant. Dayo Adebingo. That has to be the guy.
Okay.
I'm hesitant about him because I'm just not sure how he's going to fit in. We didn't really tackle what we should have tackled on the defensive line in the offseason. I don't really feel like we addressed that as well as we should have. So I'm a little hesitant about what that might be. And then worried. I'm a little worried about Booker just because he's not going to probably be able to contribute as much as we would like him to. But I mean, he's a work in progress still. He might be a number 3 on that line. I don't know. But that's where I'm standing with those 3 guys.
Okay. I actually like that. Okay. I didn't see that one coming. Okay. Dev, you might as well take it away. You said you was ready. You got your list.
I kind of went a different route. I'm excited for Adengbo. Because I feel like he wasn't utilized the way that is good for his skill set. And with the way that Dennis Allen likes to run his defense, I am excited about that situation. And that's the type of player that he likes to have on that in that defensive line.
Yep.
A big tall guy, the kind of like he likes to have that on his line, and I could see that being very good for his career, like Dayo Adengbo's career. I'm hesitant about Austin Booker because I feel like he's not going to be able to contribute as much in a similar way. I'm hopeful that he has the opportunities, but I mean, he's going to be one of those guys that will kind of like sit and grow, and hopefully 2-3 years down the road when we have a spot open up, he steps up and says, this is my spot now. Like, or somebody gets hurt or something, he steps in there, gets into that role, and proves that he needs to be a starter.
Yep, and just take it.
And then my worried was
this is
Javon
big.
Dexter.
Everybody who's been watching this podcast, y'all know why this is a big one.
I am a huge Javon Dexter fan.
Absolutely.
I was very happy to see him take a big step last year.
Mm-hmm.
And my problem is what they have gotten in the offseason. I feel like he is potentially going to be further back in the depth chart because of the guy they got from Atlanta and
Grady
getting Andrew Billings back. Like, I don't see, unless Billings and what was his name? Garrett?
Grady Jarrett.
Jarrett.
And unless they play the same position, which would make the signing a lot worse. I would, if they don't, then it means that they're potentially taking up that spot. And I don't know if Javon Dexter is going to get as many reps and as many opportunities. And honestly, I'm worried that he isn't. That's what has me worried. It's not that him as a player has me worried. It's the fact that he's not going to be able to, like, show what he can do unless he gets the opportunity, unless he gets the snaps.
That was and this is why I like this is gonna be a little fun game to play just to see what's going on. First of all, before you go, Wes, you had Ronnie, you had Javon as your excited.
Yeah.
Father Dev, you had him as your worried. Now, obviously, y'all both gave y'all explanations, so it adds a little bit more context. But on paper, your excited was Javon, your worried was Javon. Chef Wes, talk to us. Excited, hesitant, worried.
Prove these guys wrong. All right, let me show you how we cook this. I'm excited about Javon Dexter Sr.
Ooh.
Now I'm going to tell you why. So if we look back at what he did last year, like Father Dale pointed out, his first 4 weeks were pretty good when he had Andrew Billings on the side of him, and they brought in a Grady Jarrett, which you could say probably is better than Andrew Billings, or at least equal to. And he shined with him, and he looked better. And I think the tutelage that Grady Jarrett is going to bring into him should have him. And on top of that, he was probably second or third in sacks that we had last season. He had 4. I think Montez had 5.5. So it wasn't like he was, at the bottom of the list when it came to our defensive line last year. Anyway, so yeah, I'm excited about what he's going to bring, what he's going to do. I'm hesitant on Austin Booker.
Okay.
And I'm just hesitant on him simply because, as far as, his experience, his time. But I said hesitant because he's still young. He's still learning. He's more of an empty sheet than the other two. Probably don't have too many bad habits or, kind of thing. He's still absorbing. And with this Dennis Allen led defense with Jeremy running the defensive line as the defensive line coach and all that kind of stuff. I'm hoping that, when he does get that opportunity, because they're not going to play every down. They're going to rotate him. So I'm not really worried about where he lines up on it. Maybe he comes up the middle. Maybe he comes up on the side. I'm just hoping that, he learns some things, learns some stuff, listens to a lot of those veterans that he got around him, and takes charge of that opportunity when he does get that third and long kind of field, and he brings that young energy that we need late in the game when some of those offensive linemen may be tired, injured, worn out, kind of down. He brings that, because he has the size, he has the length, he has what Dennis Allen wanted. I think if he capitalized on a few of his opportunities, I can see him getting a 2 or 3 cheap sacks and a few quarterback pressures. I mean, he was in the backfield a lot, and he got that motor that we was looking for. So.
Yep, absolutely.
I'm worried about Dio simply because of the money. Of the money we paid you, and I haven't heard your name this offseason. Yeah. I don't think I've seen you really in a clip. You ain't been talked about. We, like I said, on paper, we've been talking about he has what Dennis Allen wants. We can talk about what he couldn't or didn't know what to do in Indiana or Indianapolis, but with the time he's been in the league and what he has already produced, I'm kind of worried. I thought he would come into this offseason shining. I'm hearing more about, Shamar. I'm hearing more about, undrafted players. I'm not hearing no Dio coming out of that as looking good as far as a lot of the reporters is saying and coming out. So, like I said, the rest of this offseason will tell. I mean, obviously, everybody can kind of switch it up a little bit and, maybe a shine when they put on pads and all this other kind of stuff, and we'll see. But
that's what I was going to say.
I'm mainly worried about Dio simply because of the money. Booker was a 5th round pick?
Yeah.
And then you talk about somebody who's been in the league 3 years, we paying him $40 million. Are we going to do another Tremaine Edmonds? Are we going to be talking, you know what I'm saying? Like, is that what it's going to be? Are you worth what we paid you? Because if, end of season, you got 2 sacks and Austin Booker got 3, and he only played 3 games, and you played 9. You see what I'm saying? Like, so that's what worries me. If he can't get it, because he's already should know what he's doing, because he's been in the league a long enough time too, and I haven't heard much about him. So that's my,
you sound perfect.
Yeah.
As we continue to put these episodes together and grow as a podcast, as a team, as a unit, Wes, we have become, I ain't gonna say one, but we've been on the same page a shit ton compared to what we've been.
What Mama Blues at? We had an episode of this already.
Yeah, did we?
Yeah.
Did we
she
talk
called you
about
West.
this?
She called you West Junior. She said, "Y'all talking the same now." Here we go.
Really? Well, look, I'm right there with you, Wes. My list is exactly the same as yours. Excited, Javon. And y'all know how I feel about Javon. And me personally, I want Javon to prove me wrong, because I don't think it's there. I'm sorry. I don't think I've seen it. I've seen enough. I've seen all I needed to see out of an NFL player. Now, if he was some like high school, college freshman or something, like maybe there's more there. But this is going to be year 3, right? Maybe I hope. I hope. I really do. 2nd round draft pick. That's a high pick now. That's a high pick. I'm excited because I hear the same thing y'all hearing, which I heard last year. I did hear it last year. Seeing the stuff, the goals on his phone, all that stuff. But I'm excited because I'm excited what this defense can be with you being better. With you being better. Like I said, I don't really truly have hope. So this is kind of weird that he's my excited. I don't really have too much hope for Javon Dexter. I think he is who he is. Definitely an NFL player. He'll be around. He won't be, he'll make some money. He'll feed his family, generational wealth. But compared to the other two, I'm excited. I'm very excited with what Javon can bring. Now, like I said, same thing as you, Wes. Hesitant about Austin Booker. We seen what we gonna get from him. We seen Austin Booker. He's thin, he's slim as that on that edge rusher. He got the frame. He's tall, long, lengthy, but he need to put some pounds on. He need to put some weight on. He got to put some muscle on. He's a rookie, and that usually happens. You get your NFL body, like they say in the NBA. You get your NBA body, so now you can. What Michael Jordan went through it. He had to, beef up. That's how it goes once you go from college to the pros. Hopefully, Austin Booker gets that NFL body, and he can make some things happen. Hesitant though, because we've seen it. He just his move arsenal just isn't there. He ain't got moves. He ain't got the moves to beat tackles. That's what he's athletic, but you got to have a move list. You got to have a move set. You got to have a bag. You got to be able to reach into that bag and pull this move out. Now I got this one too, and I got this one too. It's a bag. He ain't got a bag right now, so I'm hesitant there. And I'm worried about Dio, like you, Wes. Like I said, everyone is the same as you. because of the money. Just like you said, we broke him off. Now, some people gonna say, well, the salary cap went up and he only takes up this percentage of this. I don't care what percentage of our salary cap he takes up. If you getting paid, you know what I mean? The number's still the same to me. Yeah, I'm not running that team. The salary cap is he 1% of the salary cap. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. What was the number? Wes 40
like 40 million, 40.3 million, or something like that.
His number is crazy. I think he get like 16 a year.
Yeah.
From what I seen on tape, on film from Dio, and then I'm hearing he's not even out there. That's the thing. He's not out there. I think we had a question in the chat that asked, where is what's going on with Dio? I think Ricky Mosby asked it. But I mean, that's a lot of money. And I haven't seen, when I watched your film, when I broke down your tape, I didn't see it. I really didn't see 16 million there. Now, absolutely, I could be wrong. I want these dudes to prove me wrong, but that's why I'm worried about Dio. Wes, I'm shocked we had the same one, because I remember when we did who are you most excited about, or who was your favorite free agent signing, and it was Dio.
He was one of them for sure.
He was, and we both seeing the same thing, so I do like that. But that's mine. That's excited for Javon. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that $16 million we could have packaged up for Trey.
It's a lot of money.
That's money we could have packaged up for Trey. We could have got him 2 years, gave him $20 million a year, $20 million or something.
They can get that Lombardi ready to get us Trey shit.
You know, like that's something else. Like I said, so we went out on you. Like I said, looking at what you did before, looking at your potential, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, coming in on that contract, it looked like, okay, money possibly well spent. But when I'm not hearing nothing, not even he's dealing with a soft tissue injury, that's okay. I could, like I said, I could sit down at that table. But when I'm not hearing nothing, like nothing, and you supposed to be coming in here to, take, like it's just.
Wow.
Bare truth, you I don't know who this comment referring to, but he said, man, I should have not have said anything about Dexter. Man, did someone who looked like Dexter steal an old girlfriend? I swear you grade Dexter like he a top 10 pick. Top 10 pick, he was okay in that draft. Was he in the draft where he was in the draft where we drafted Darnell Wright, right? Darnell Wright. I think he was our second pick. He's our second pick. He's our second pick. He's a second round pick at that. I see it now. You ain't got to put it in the chat. Bare truth. I understand it now. I get it now. Top 10? What do you mean he's top? He's top. What was he? What was his number?
53rd pick overall.
Oh my God!
I knew it was like top 55.
Bare truth. Come on now. You gotta have better, because if you think that Ozzy Trapillo should be, what was Ozzy, 62, 63, something like that,
64, something like that.
If you think Ozzy should come in and be giving us the production that's equivalent to Dexter's, you out of your goddamn mind. You are out of your mind, Bare truth. And I usually agree with you, but this is insane. You need a defensive tackle that's gonna cause havoc. And this how I know, Bare truth. You ain't watched the film. You watch that film. You go through the games. It's gonna be a play here, a play there, but the other 50 plays, you like, God damn, this dude didn't even. And look, fellas, I swear, I watched the film. I seen it, and I'm just like, dude, do something. He's a wash. You're a wash. He's a wash. Don't mean to offend him or anybody who rocks with him, but I just don't think he's there. And that's the sick part about it. I put him as my excited. That's my excited. I heard the talk. I hear Bears beat reporters talking about, oh my God, he's shaved, he's chiseled, and he's cut that weight, and he's this and that and the third. I'm excited for it. Show me something. That's all that is. He's a starter. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say something, not on Gervon Dexter. I was just thinking about when you were talking about Booker, and you were you're hesitant about Booker. Okay, he's got like you were talking about his frame. His frame reminds me of Jason Taylor and Javon Curse. Those two guys were edge rushers, thin. They were thin edge rushers, but they were good at what they did. Now, hopefully, he can grow into that if his frame doesn't, get bigger or what. That speed at on the edge is what what you need. So hopefully he can grow into that. And as far as the Grady Jarrett thing, yeah, we overpaid a little bit maybe for him, but he's bringing something to the table that's it's experience. He's showing these guys how to be professional, how to be savages, how to get in those trenches. So that kind of money to me is worth it for him. And the Dale thing, yeah, he might have got overpaid. We don't know yet. The jury's still out on him, but it was definitely a surprise to see us give that kind of money to somebody that is unproven. That's all.
That's $40 million we could have gave to Trey. If he was gonna get, like you said, Ricky, $35 million, we had 40. That's 40.
He should have just waited. Wait.
I'm glad you jumped in, Ronnie, because me and Bear Truth is finna have a whole back and forth about Javon Dexter. I'm glad you jumped in. Let's get to the next one then. I got one more, just one more.
Okay.
Excited, hesitant, and worried. One more. Rome Odunze. I won't go first again, fellas. I'm not gonna go first again.
I'm going first
on this one too. So
I knew that.
Rome Odunze, Luther Burden, Colston Loveland.
Damn.
Okay, I know it.
Yo, damn, that was quick. Okay, this was an easy one then, I see. Okay.
For me, it was.
Okay.
Y'all, y'all know mine, but I'll go last. I can go last.
No, you can go first.
Yeah, you take it away.
You know I want to go first.
He's like, let me just get comfortable.
I'm gonna go backwards. I'm most worried about Luther Burden III. Just simply because of the injury that's now come up, or I'm not like worried that the injury is going to stop him from playing or something, but the injury compounded with, like, I forgot who was talking about, like, his possible Deshaun comparison to being maybe a hothead, not being able to play probably because the doctors tell him not to, kind of throw him off, kind of trying to, feel his way into the NFL. Things is not going how it went when he was in college. He's still trying to find his way. That could frustrate some type of high-profile wide receiver sometimes. That thing, they think they're just naturally better than what's happening around them instead of getting better kind of thing. And that's it. I wouldn't say it's like a super worry, but if I had to put it in order, I'm hesitant about Loveland. I think he went, as we call him here, blue chip pick for a reason. And I'm more worried about his actual injury than his actual play, because I think with Ben Johnson being the head coach, Ben Johnson knows exactly what he's going to do with Loveland and how he's going to do it and all his script and stuff. And there's a reason that he picked him over Tyler Warren. So I'm kind of just hesitant on it, but I don't think it's going to be anything. And I'm super duper most excited. It's the Dr. Seuss words about being just elated of Rome. Given that he was a third string, given that, like I said, I probably watch tape on Rome every 3 days. With it, he had 100 targets, 55 catches, and I was looking, I'm like, dang, that's 50%. Like, is it because he was dropping too many? He did drop a lot. We talked about that early on in last season, but a lot of it, and I'm not trying to throw Caleb on there, Caleb wanted Rome to have an amazing season, because he forced so many passes to Rome and targeted him so many times when he could have just thrown it away or, ended up getting sacked. But if you look at a lot of Rome Odunze plays, were big plays, big first down plays, big highlight plays. You can go on YouTube, and just Google Bears highlights from 2024, Caleb highlights from 2024. A lot of them was big Rome Odunze catches, big tough catches in between three defenders that Rome was getting. They're coming back and extending the play when some people, we ain't gonna say their name, decided they were gonna take the play off. All those kind of things, and Rome came. So now he's gonna be put in a role of that's gonna be more utilized, more expected, and with just the multitude of just how he is, and with that 1 year experience over kind of Luther Burton, I think he's going to know what Ben Johnson wants from him. I mean, if you listen to him, he talking about getting stronger, hands getting stronger, so he can make those tough catches because he see where he's needed in this offense. On top of that, I just think he's going to have, like I said, if we want to get into it, I can go into what I think he's going to have, how many yards. Like I said, I even got him throwing a touchdown next season, just so y'all know. Just saying, you know. But yeah, I got a lot of hope for Rome. I got a lot because he's gonna outperform everybody. He's gonna outshine.
I saw that one coming. I felt like Rome would be excited. The other two I didn't know. It was a toss up. It was how I didn't know how it was gonna go. Okay, that's interesting. Anybody want to go next?
I'd like to go next because I have the exact same thing as Wes there.
Okay.
The exact same order and everything. And my excitement for Rome comes from the fact that he was third string last year, and now he's moving up to potentially second string because we no longer have Keenan Allen. And he is going to be targeted more than he was last year, you would think. And so I see a breakout season for him to kind of like put his stamp on the fact that he was drafted where he was drafted for a reason. We went back and forth over and over again about why they drafted, where they drafted, like why they drafted him, where they drafted him. Like, was this absolutely a need or whatever? Doesn't really matter because that's what they did. And to be honest, I see a season where he comes out and he puts a stamp on the league and says that he belongs here. And he did that last year, I feel like, but it'll be a more consistent year this year. Like, he was still getting his footing earlier on in the season. And I feel like him and Caleb are going to grow their connection even more so in this offseason. And my worried with Loveland is, or not worried, hesitant, is due to the fact that I don't know how he's going to come back from his injury, but like I suspect that once he does come back, he'll be fine. He'll integrate into the system and be able to work in tandem with Cole Kmet as opposed to replacing him, like so many people seem to believe will happen, which I don't really understand because they use a lot of teams use multiple tight end sets. But then my worried with Burden there is I'm worried about him in the sense that we do have a lot of people that are going to need the ball. Like we will have to spread around the ball, and just a lot of what I've seen from him, like Wes was kind of saying, the mentality of thinking that he's better than he necessarily is sometimes. And I'm not saying he's not good. I'm just saying that when you get that type of mentality sometimes, and you have to have that mentality to even get to the NFL, but you need to also understand that the people that are in the NFL before you get there, there's a reason that they're in the NFL too. You can't just automatically assume you're walking in and going to be the best person in that room. I don't want somebody who throws a tantrum over not getting targets. I don't want and I don't know if he'll do that or not, but just what I've kind of read about him so far is not making me think that he wouldn't do that. Like, there's nothing that I've seen that tells me, okay, that is not something he would do. Whereas when I was watching Rome last year, there was no way in my mind I thought that he would be out there throwing a tantrum over not getting enough targets. It just didn't come across that way at all with Rome. But
well, with Rome, I would like to know, like, as far as you, because you and Wes both put Rome as y'all excited. I would like to see what other third string wide receivers numbers were. You know what I mean? Like, we compare his numbers to like the top wide receivers in the league, but I would love to see what the other third stringers on these teams numbers were.
Did you ask that just because you knew Wes had that already?
I got a few, maybe
He's got a whole binder of Rome Odunze stuff. You made his day by mentioning Rome Odunze.
I thought top 3. So Elijah Moore was considered a third round. He had 61 catches, 538 yards, a touchdown. Malik Washington, 26 catches, 283 yards, no touchdown. Kashawn Boot was in New England, 45 catches, 589 yards, 3 touchdowns. Tyler Johnson and with the Jets, he had 26 catches, 291. Rashad Bateman with Baltimore, 45 catches, 756 yards, 9 touchdowns. Andre, I think it's Lasave, I can't say his name, but 36 catches, 479 yards, 6 touchdowns. And as we know, Rome had 775 yards on 51 catches for, 4 touchdowns, I think, 6, something like that.
And then that was my point because.
But let me look at the only one that was up there with him was the guy that, his quarterback threw 40 touchdowns, only 4 interceptions, and was considered almost MVP.
Oh, he's talking Lamar.
Yeah.
That's my point. I don't know too many third string wide receivers that's putting up those numbers. Keenan didn't outbeat him too much in the yards area. He did have more touchdowns, but okay. Ronnie, you want me to go next, or you want to just go?
I can go and get it out of the way. I would say, man, it's hard. Well, first of all, you got the 3 players that we're doing. 2 are rookies. One's a second-year guy. The 2 rookies I'm not going to get excited about. You got to prove something before I'm going to get all into the hype.
I feel that.
Especially when you're not a quarterback. I could see a quarterback buying into the hype because that's a pivotal position. Okay, so we got hesitant, worried, and excited. Worried, I'm going to go with Loveland. Only because I'm not sure where he's going to fit in and how it's all going to work out. Even though I know they run the two tight end set with Ben Johnson and whatnot, I'm just, how's he going to fit in? I hope he doesn't come in on some Hollywood too much. I'm not saying anything bad about his character or anything. I haven't seen nothing, but I'm just hoping. Obviously, I want all these guys to do good, but he's the one I'm worried about fitting in and coming in and being able to contribute as a rookie. The guy I'm hesitant about, of course, is going to be Luther Burden, only because I just hope he stays out of his own way. Get healthy and stay out of your way. Don't bring that big head in here. Go in there, work, and do what you do, and you're going to see results, and you're going to have a long career in this NFL. So I just hope he stays out of his own way and doesn't get caught up in being a cancer. We do not need cancers when we're trying to win championships. That does not work.
I feel you.
And then obviously, the Rome Odunze, I remember watching him in college a couple games, and I was ready to take him as the number 1, honestly, before I knew we were chasing Caleb, because he was looking that good to me as a wide receiver. I was like, man, I wish we could get this guy. And then it just happened that way. It just worked out. I didn't want Malik Neighbors. I didn't want Marvin Harrison Jr. I wanted Rome. You better believe it, Chef West. Better believe it. That ain't Brandon Marshall jersey. That's a Rome. But yeah. And I'm just saying, man, I believe in these young guys that we got. He's so talented. How can we not think that he's going to have a breakout year and put up some numbers in this offense? It's absurd to think he won't. He's going to have a really good year, especially being targeted more with Allen being gone, like Deb said.
So was yours the same? Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying he was targeted.
Was yours the same as theirs, or did you have the?
I had different. I had the Loveland.
I had them
the worried and hesitant.
Yeah.
So y'all worried was Burden, and his worried was
Loveland.
Loveland. Okay. Well, I'm my worried is Loveland. My worried is Loveland, not just because his talent. I think all 3 of these dudes are very talented.
Oh yeah.
I don't like the injury. That's all. People want to say, "Oh, he'll be fine. Training camp coming, blah blah blah. He'll jump right into it." I don't know. I don't know that.
Look at Karan Amagaji.
Exactly.
They kind of said that he would be ready, and by the time that he was ready, he had missed all of this stuff. And then when we threw him into the game, he did not know who he was even supposed to be blocking.
Yes, sir. And that's my point, because He's gonna be behind. Like there's no way, shape, or form he won't be when he is ready. Now he might be ready for training camp. All right, let's go. So work on everything they've been working on for this past, spring, OTAs. That's my word. Not has nothing to do with his talent. I think if they utilize him, I think he'll be a mismatch nightmare.
Yeah,
I think he can route run. He's as a tight end. He's more of a wide receiver. He's thin. He's quick. He's shifty. But the injury I hate it. I hate to see it. They drafted another injured player. Now he could come out and be fine. Hesitant, obviously, is Luther, and that's because I don't think he's hurt. I think it's a contract situation that's going on with the second round picks all across the league.
Guarantees.
And yep, the guarantee, absolutely the guarantees. And if you're gonna talk about contract situation with him, the way he feels, and I look, this is nothing towards him. I don't care if you feel like you worth it. You feel like you worth it. I'm just saying, with the situation at hand, you see this dude getting that or whatever. Absolutely, Luther, with his personality, he gonna say, "Hell yeah, I deserve it too." And then we have no second round pick signed right now, so it's not just a him thing. None of our second rounders are signed, so. The only difference is we saw Shamar out there. Shamar was out there. We saw Big Ozzy out there. Luther was not out there. And I don't think he's hurt. That's my thing. That's why I'm hesitant. They ain't got no contract either, but they still out there. Luther, where you at? You felt like you should have been first round pick?
Show it.
Show it. Show it. Go out there and catch some passes for us. Let's see.
Prove.
So you think the injury is just kind of a ploy to basically explain away why he isn't doing what they're doing?
Yes, because he got hurt the first practice of rookie mini camp, and they called it a soft tissue. Then ain't no soft tissue lasting this long. Not this long. I've seen dudes come back. We've seen it. We've had players hurt on this Bears team. They come back the next week after having some ankle sprain or something like that. You think a soft tissue injury is no. And now it's off season, so they're gonna take precaution more often than not. But nah, I think it's contract with him, and that's just what I think. Maybe it'll come out that it was something more serious than what they were telling us, but all we heard was soft tissue. That's why I'm hesitant with Luther Burden, because it would be one thing if no second rounders were practicing. You're the only one that's not practicing, sir. So, and then I'm right with y'all fellas on Rome Odunze. I'm excited about Rome Odunze. Like I told y'all before, I need you to take DJ Moore's spot. I don't care about the contract. Some people say, well, DJ Moore is the highest paid, this and that and the third. He's the number one. Performance over politics. Performance over politics. I need you. You're a top. DJ Moore was not a top 10 pick. At least I don't think he was. I think he was like 12, wasn't he? I don't know. But you're 6 foot, whatever. You're the prototypical wide receiver. I need you top 10 pick to be a top 10 player at your position. That's what I need. It has nothing to do with DJ Moore. It has nothing to do with his contract. I need him to step up and take that role. And it's the same thing with Colston Loveland too. I've said this as well. I need Colston Loveland to take the number one tight end spot. Absolutely. I know for a fact Cole was a second round pick. So I need that to happen with Rome Odunze. I think he's talented enough. Like we just talked about his yards as a third option compared to the other third options around the league. Absolutely. I mean, he was just beating about 100. He was killing those dudes that you named was 200, 300, 400 yards more than them. You know what I mean? And the targets, 100 targets, none of them got even close to that. They didn't sniff that. So Caleb liked it. We've seen the back shoulder throws that they did in the clutch situations, the 50-50 balls that he called in some of the clutch situations. I'm excited about Rome. And I think he can do it. I really do think he do it. He better do it. So that is my excited, hesitant, worried.
Tippy toes.
Let me see. Y'all ready to answer some questions? Let's get some. You want to answer the questions? Do some questions and keep this thing rolling. I'm trying to respond. Yeah, y'all ready to do some questions?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's get it.
All right. Well, we had put out some notices out there for fans to give us some questions so we can answer. We got a bunch of them. I don't know how many we gonna get to, but we can tackle some of them, and we gonna start those right now. Look, if you tuning into the Black Bear Podcast, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast. One word, no spaces. You can find us on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. We go live every Sunday during the off season, and then when the season starts, we do post game shows and some pre-game shows as we see fit. All right. Well, question number one. This is from. Do I want to do it? Okay. This is from Jeff Willis from Facebook. There's a Facebook question. I'm gonna do a softball question first. Jeff Willis from Facebook says, "Do you think Bears fans put too much pressure on Caleb Williams?" Softball. Do you think Bears fans appreciate that, Jeff Willis? I don't know if you're watching, but do you think Bears fans put too much pressure on Caleb Williams?
I can go. I'll just say no, because you came in first overall. You came in with the superstar mentality. You came in with the Heisman Trophy in your backpack. You came in with the generational talent tag. I don't think we're putting too much pressure on him to be great. I think we're exaggerating like we went over earlier in the show, the floor of it, as in he could possibly suck that bad, And I think that's the thing, because we're just eager to have that quarterback in our history now, and we want him to be it so bad. I think it's more emotional than pressure. I think emotions is getting ahead of people a little bit more than just applying a pressure.
Bare truth, you ain't baiting me, man. You ain't baiting me. It ain't gonna happen. I'll answer it next. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think when you're drafted at that point, and not just that point, but to this organization, it'd be different if you went to another organization. But you come into an organization is the only team that didn't have 30 touchdowns. We talked about how it's not just a normal thing. Only 6 quarterbacks or 5 quarterbacks did it. Thrown for 4,000 passing yards. Haven't done it, but only a few do it every year. You knew. You did. You knew. You said, yes, I can do it for this team. So you knew your father, your parents thought about nuking the city of Chicago, quote unquote, nuking the city of Chicago. No, there's not too much pressure. You knew what you said. I'm not ducking smoke. I'm not ducking it. I'm here. So I'm with you, Wes. Absolutely not. No, not too much pressure.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. Absolutely not too much pressure. Not from the fans and anything like that. I think if anything, I think Caleb would be the one putting pressure on himself more than anything. He has more expectations than Bears fans might. He was the number 1 overall pick. He was the Heisman Trophy winner. He went to UCLA and Oklahoma and traveled around and did whatnot. We just want a solid quarterback. He can be great. We'll take that too. But we just want someone that's not going to lose games for us when we're already winning. That's all we want.
I would disagree with that only because of the fact that I have seen in the comment section of our current podcast, people say, well, we don't need somebody who's just better than all of our previous quarterbacks. We need somebody to take us to that next level. It's like, well, while I don't think that we're putting too much pressure on him, I still feel like a lot of fans are unfair with him. they treat him as if he's been in the league for many years, and they don't support him, and that's the part that I don't understand. Like putting pressure on him, not really. Like, I don't feel like that's happening as much.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're expecting big things out of him or whatever, but like, there are just a lot of people that don't like him for some reason. And I've seen these same people like fawn over a guy who and give him every excuse in the books. And I'm not even just talking about at quarterback.
Right.
Like, I'm talking about like a running back is struggling and they're like, well, it's just because of this, and this. And they're giving him every single excuse. But not when it comes to like Caleb Williams, they're not giving him the benefit of the doubt, even though that he was dealing with the same problems that pretty much every quarterback in Chicago has dealt with for the last decade, as far as the offensive line. But let's be real, like, they still were not letting him have any excuses about, oh, well, we just like give him a chance. They expected him to come out of the gate and just be the best quarterback in the league. And that's where I think that it's not a matter of too much pressure, but I do feel like they're being unfair.
Absolutely. And I'm right there with you. I think a lot of people with the Caleb Williams thing, they didn't see it for themselves. They took a lot of what I've heard was they told us this. They said he's generational. They said he's this. They said what did you say? What did you see? Who cares what because guess what?
They're
those
paid
dudes
to say
don't
that.
exactly, they don't know everything either. No. Ask me about these draft analysts, Mel Kiper. And
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, you saw. Yeah. They get it wrong all the time. Like, what do we like? Just because they said it, don't you know football too? Or you like to portray yourself? I'm speaking to certain people. Look at it from your own eyes. What did you see when you saw Caleb Williams coming out of college? What did you see when you saw Jaden Daniels or Drake May? Or maybe you don't watch that, and that's fine. A lot of people don't. I did not watch Drake May. Did not watch him. So, but I'm right there with you. Next question. Bear Truth said, I think Caleb is one of the greatest talents I've ever seen. He's different tier. So with that, there comes expectations because what he has shown mentally and physically. And that's what I said with the whole bust and fail or seal the whole bust situation with him. He's very talented. The only way you can be a bust is if you don't tap into that talented ability that you have, because he's very talented. I think I don't know if I think we all know Caleb's good. At least I hope everyone knows he's good. How good can he be? He's good. I mean, that's a good quarterback.
I feel like that's the thing nobody knows.
Exactly. That's what we're trying to find out. How good can he be? But because that was fine. What he did, if the Bears released him today, I guarantee, trust me, over half the league would try to sign that kid.
Oh, for sure.
They'd be okay with the 3,500 yards or whatever he did. But anyway,
yeah, be in Pittsburgh.
Hey.
Or he'd be in New York.
Jacksonville, Florida, Miami.
Indiana. I mean, he's just a little better than every quarterback we've ever had. Jay Cutler went to the NFC Championship. So if he does a little better than that, we're in the Super Bowl.
Got a good point there, Ronnie. I like the way that your math works.
Right? 2 + 5.
This next question, I'm going to butcher the name a little bit. Pete, this is from Facebook. Pete Martinique. That's what I'm going with. Pete Martinique from Facebook says, is the front office really comfortable with going into the season with this running back room that we have? He basically asking us, is the front office really comfortable? What we like, do we think? I'll just start.
Are we really comfortable?
Yeah, that would be a better question, but we can answer them both. I'll go. I do think they're comfortable with this, because if they weren't, Nick Chubb would be on this roster and not. I forgot where Nick Chubb signed, but he wouldn't be there. He'd be here.
Okay.
So yes, they are comfortable. Am I comfortable? No. Hopeful? Yes. Not comfortable. Better O line. I know how this works. Better O line. You can put anybody back there to run the ball. You got a good O line, and they'll open up holes and they'll work. So I don't think DeAndre Swift sucks. I don't think Roshan sucks. I saw Rojo destroy the Packers, and they had no answer for him. Not destroy, but in football sense, destroy. Every time he ran the ball, he got 3 or 4 yards every time. So yes, they are comfortable. I'm not comfortable, but I'm hopeful. That's my answer.
I agree with you. I'm also hopeful and not comfortable because, I mean, we had chances to get guys, but we stood pat, and it is about maybe the offensive line because we don't know what's going to happen with the new offensive line because look at Denver. For years, they did good with no-name running backs. Every year, it was a new guy. If you were playing fantasy, it was like, oh, I'm going with this guy, Orlando Gary or whoever, because whoever they put back there was running the ball. It didn't matter. And I'm hoping we have a similar situation, maybe not as great, but similar with our running back room. And I think that's why they haven't made any moves is because maybe they're comfortable. And I'm not, but I'm hopeful, like you said. I just hope it works out.
I know, right? I'm right there with you.
I'm kind of looking at it as if they weren't comfortable with the situation that they're in with their running back room, we were looking at a plethora of running backs in this draft. And if they were not comfortable with this situation, there's plenty of names that they could have grabbed.
Yeah.
That we talked about, that we looked at. Like there were, I mean, we were confused when they picked a tight end at number 10. We ended up understanding it later on, but then we were confused when they didn't pick a running back in the second round.
Amazing.
And it took them, what was it when we finally picked our running back? It was in the 5th round?
7th.
7th? Okay. Even worse in the sense of you have to be pretty damn comfortable to go 7 rounds and then finally pick up a running back.
Right.
And I know that people are saying that he's this like guy that nobody's really thinking is going to come out in here and actually do really well. When you're a 7th round pick, you don't have the expectations.
No.
Like we were just talking about with Caleb in the fact that he's a number 1 overall pick. He does have expectations. You're a 7th round pick. You don't have any expectations. So any good that you can do is going to be seen as amazing.
Yep.
But that doesn't make you like to me, that would not make me comfortable with the running back room. The only thing that makes me uncomfortable about the running back room is that the same team that has put together a poor running game the past how many years, the same front office is comfortable with this running back room. That's what makes me slightly uncomfortable. The fact that they've done so poorly with their running back rooms and that they are comfortable with where we're at right now. But like you, I'm hopeful that the new offensive line is what makes them more comfortable. That having a change on the offensive line and getting out some of the players that were not consistent, because as much as I liked Tevin Jenkins when he played, his durability was just not there. And if you can't count on him to be there when you need him, then we got to get rid of him. But yeah, honestly, I feel like that line is the only reason that they're comfortable with where they're at.
For sure. I agree.
Hopefully we are all eating these words.
I know.
Halfway through next season, because it would be nice to be able to be like, see a run right up the middle and have Swift get away for 30, 40 yards every couple of games just because of the way our blocking is. That would be nice to see, because I haven't seen that since I feel like I haven't seen that like on a consistent basis since like Matt Forte.
It's been a minute.
I'm comfortable. I think we got a very diverse running back room. especially with the upgrading offensive line. Like I said, even though the line was terrible and we only had one running back in the second half of the season because Roshan went down and we traded away Herbert and Ian Willer towards ACL in the preseason. Travis Homer is not really a running back. We tried to bring in Velus Jones to try to patch up some stuff and give it depth. Because what I say is, if that offensive line can do what an offensive line is supposed to, just like you said, Ronnie, an offensive line can make anybody running the ball serviceable.
Definitely.
So to go and get somebody that maybe costs too much or somebody that may probably coming off another injury, you could have kept Herbert. If you wanted somebody that was kind of coming off an injury who showed that he could be serviceable and all of that other kind of stuff. Now, do I think
my gosh,
we should and need to upgrade that? Of course we can upgrade it. Of course we can definitely upgrade it, but it's where and how and when and what makes sense without leveraging our future on running backs. And I get that we missed a lot of running backs in that draft that we should have got. They got too cute.
We was getting sniped. Ryan Poles got dog walked in the draft.
Look, he thought that the storyline last season of the death of the running back, like running backs didn't matter, wasn't valuable no more. So maybe other teams would buy into that narrative and pass up on some of these guys in certain ways, in certain senses. It backfired on him. And he kept getting cut off at the legs. But to see him like you were saying, we know what Swift could be. We know his potential, what he could be. I mean, he still had 900 and almost 90-something rushing yards still. And I think like 12 all-purpose yards, some 1,300 all-purpose yards on top of that. We know what Roshan Johnson can do when he's healthy, within 15, 20 yards of the goal line. We complained about that when they handed the ball off to the center instead of handing it off to him in Washington. When he was 100% on goal and goal when it came to 5, 7, 8 yards we talked about earlier on in that part of the season. And then you bring in somebody who's known, who has good attributes, and even though he's a 7th-round pick, I don't care if he's a 7th-round pick undrafted. He's gonna come in and not fumble and wear down some defenses and all that kind of stuff. And like I said, I know we was watching that stupid TV show last offseason. Everybody was really excited about Doc Wheeler until he tore his ACL because he was looking pretty good. He was running hard. He looked like a good, solid third running back that can come in, give some guys some rest, take some downs off, at least block or get, take that second down and get you 4 or 5 with those fresh legs. And like I said before, we seen what a third string running back can do when you sleep on him. When we played the Cardinals, I was sitting down in the stands and watched somebody I had no idea existed run for 52 yards for a touchdown at halftime on us because we slept on a running back because we thought he wasn't. You know what I mean? So, like I said, comfortable because I believe in Ben Johnson and schemes and what he's going to do. The diversity we got, as long as they're healthy enough. But I'm not confused in the fact that I can't say that we can upgrade to better running backs in the future with a trade or with something like that, a package there, or you can find one next year in a draft that's, a top tier running back.
Dang, Wes, I'm shocked you went with comfortable. I do agree, Kyle. I do think this fan base gives Kyle a hard time because he's a 7th-round pick. But if you flip Hippolyte and Kyle Monunga, and Kyle was 4th-round pick and Hippolyte was 7th-round pick, they still feel the same about Hippolyte, but they feel different about Kyle. You got to remember he led the Big Ten in rushing 2 years. Dev, you got some more time with us tonight, or you want to head out? Or
I was just about to say, I gotta be up to go to work at 5 a.m.
For sure.
So I'm gonna head out, and you guys have a good rest of your show. See you guys. Nice to show with y'all.
Yeah, all right.
Be smooth, Father Dev.
All right, tell the Pope we said what's up.
Will do.
Pray for me. Pray for the Bears.
All right, Father Dev. Look, we got some more questions. Like I said, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast, one word, no spaces. You can find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. Show us some love. Help us grow. Give us a subscribe on YouTube, preferably. We don't keep this thing rolling. What Bear Truth talking about? Said Kyle may not be that career good starter, but he can be a good starter for a few years, but can be a long-term running back in rotation. Kyle just does all the little things well. I agree. Like I said, then he goes in to say Kyle has no fear, has heart, and does everything well. He was underdrafted. The thing with the running back thing, and they tried. That's why I'm not comfortable, because it's not like this is what they wanted. You know what I mean? They didn't. They tried. They really wanted Henderson. I would have went with Judkins, but they really wanted Henderson, and they couldn't get him. They wanted Scatterbull, couldn't get him. They want a bunch. They didn't have a good draft when it came to the running backs.
We all wanted somebody besides Kyle Manunga.
Yeah, they were getting sniped. They were getting sniped. I know that from a lot. I've heard from a lot of people that's close to this team that got sources. They were getting sniped, and that's not what they wanted. But they came up with the dude that led the Big Ten. That ain't that second best conference in college football.
0 fumbles in 3 years.
That dude didn't put the football on the ground. I'm very excited for him. DeAndre Swift, I was excited. So I was a huge DeAndre Swift fan. I won't make this long, but I was a huge DeAndre Swift fan when Detroit drafted him for the Lions, and then he got hurt. The injuries, he switched. He got a little slower, lost a little burst, but I'm there for DeAndre Swift. I really like Rojo as a power back.
Yes,
he can run dudes over, but the concussion. After that concussion, he put the Guardian cap on. His head was this big.
Nah.
He couldn't. He just wasn't doing the same. Once you get hurt, once you get that concussion like that, you know what I mean. You're not running the same like you usually do, especially when you're a power back, putting your head in there. Go ahead. Let me find another question. I forgot. I had to get the next question queued up. Go ahead, talk a little bit.
Yeah, no, you can queue it up. One. So I'm gonna go back on what you said about me being comfortable, and like I said, I'm looking at it as a simple taking all the running backs and making them a complete running back, given the situation and given what we need, kind of thing. And as far as having more help at the running back position than we had last year, given to what kind of how Herbert was supposed to be backing up Swift after Roschon went down, and he just couldn't quite get there because of that injury. And for me, going after like a Nick Chubb, now there's some others like Washington. I think it was from the Chargers. There was a couple other running backs that was out there that I thought would be that upgrade, to be that time that was suitable for that position. But given, like I said, given what we know Roschon can do, if he is, like you said, non-guardian cap Roschon. We can say the same thing about Brisker on the other side when we start talking about the defense later on. But you know what I mean? What we know what they can do, and then what we know what's going on in the situation. And like we know Swift can be shifty, you wear down defense, have him running side to side. You got a Roschon who's gonna bring that power. Even Willer, we saw him in that preseason pushing pals and wearing down those defenders and linebackers, getting them tired. And like I said, the Manunga, like you said, led the Big Ten in rushes, 0 fumbles in his collegiate career. You put all those down in, and you got it. Like I said, we could talk about it, so you got to understand, like they're going to put in their best situation because we hired the best guy to do it. So I'm looking to have that as a plus on top of what they can do as a group. And then, if you really want to get into on top of what I'm talking about with coaching, they're going to be coached by Eric Bieniemy. It's like back in the day when you was playing Pokemon cards, you add plus power, before you attack. That's what you're doing with these running backs. When you have Ben Johnson putting the situation down and Eric Bieniemy coaching these guys to know exactly what they're supposed to do in that situation, because it's all these other things. He telling, hey, look, this is all you need to do. If you go in there right now, you're going to go in because he's going to come out. These are the 2 spots you got to hit. And with young guys, like I said, they will listen more than older guys, and they won't make their own decisions, as we saw Swift do a lot last season. It was like, man, you could have just hit that hole right there. but he's been doing it so long that he's like, I think I can do better if I just go around. Or I think I could do better if I could just get to the edge instead of taking what you got. It's kind of like what we said with Caleb with the checkdowns. Sometimes just take it 3 yards up through that little gap, squeeze in there, make yourself little, get down and lean forward and get those positive kind of yards. And with, like I said, I'll take a quote from Genty. Hey, you can't stop somebody you can't tackle. And with Kyle Monangai, he's one of those kind of running backs that's kind of hard to tackle, low to the ground, sturdy, base is solid. So I'm expecting him to bounce off a couple guys and get us those positive. I think we're going to have more of those positive yards and less of those screen passes that DJ Moore led the league in last season, because we can get positive yards on runs almost every time with this rotation of players. And even if somebody get tweaked up a little bit, we can pull some people out and give people rest in game instead of have to take them out for a whole week where they miss an entire game. They can miss a quarter just to, get themselves back together, maybe get taped up, maybe get some treatment, and we still be sustainable in the run to the back. Because,
Yeah, well, a lot of people don't know that a lot of those screen passes, short passes were drawn up. There was extensions of the run game that we clearly didn't have, so they would throw the screen pass so many times. Bear Truth 9, I gotta call out my own comment when they agree with me. He said, "Yeah, Mark, I agree with you. We know Ben wants more at running back, and we know what he did with the talented 1-2 punch in Detroit." Look, I another, like you said, Wes, Eric Bieniemy, Ben Johnson, you banking on those coaches, right, Ronnie? I said it. I'm looking at those dudes, mainly Ben, obviously, as a weapon. That is a weapon. That is another weapon to this team, just as much of a weapon as, I don't know, who's our first round pick, Colston Loveland. Ben Johnson is just as much of a weapon on his offense as a player is. That's the way I looked at Ben. That's the way I looked at Ben Johnson. But you got to have a run game for his scheme to work. For what he likes to run to work. Now, if he can't run the ball, Ben Johnson gonna have to do something. He gonna have to be Ben Johnson and earn that $13 million.
Guru.
And exactly, Guru. And more, you can't run. You don't be like Nagy. Don't force it, because you don't got the personnel to do that. You can't run the ball like you was doing in Detroit. So figure it out.
Learn your
That's
team.
all I can say. Exactly.
Know your strengths.
Yep. And I believe he's gonna do that. I don't think he'll force it.
I say something real quick if I can. I love that you brought up Eric Bieniemy, because I don't know how many people know much about him, but I remember him in college in Colorado. He was just as big of a deal as, say, Raheem Ishmael at the time. He was a really big deal in the 90s, Eric Bieniemy. So to have him, when we started hiring his coaching staff, and we brought in Al Harris and Eric Bieniemy and all the Dan Rusher or whatever, all these guys, they're so great, and I just have such high expectations for our coaching staff to prepare our players so that we can have a great season, because that's what these guys were brought in for.
You say Eric Bieniemy back in the 90s?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, it's a lot of people that don't know. They don't know that part of
watching him.
Bieniemy.
He was a beast. As a matter of fact, remember Chris Berman? He came up with all those names. He called him Eric Sleeping with Bieniemy. That's what Chris Berman called him.
Hey, that's a Chris Berman name for sure. That's
Sleeping with Bieniemy. Yes, I love it. Chris Berman was the dude. Yeah,
I love it. I definitely love it. See, that the throwback that you bring is definitely helpful, because I don't Bieniemy at Colorado. I don't know. A lot of people don't know. Not just
right. And he was good, man. He solidified himself as an NFL coach, as a running back coach as well. So for him coming in here for us, that's huge. That's very big.
That's massive. Next question. Y'all ready? This is a little. We're gonna have to unpack it a little bit more, fellas. But that's what we here for. We ain't basic. I gave us some softball questions to start. We're gonna have to unpack it a little bit more. See you, Wes. This one is from one of our longtime viewers, and I appreciate this person a lot, because I would say she. I don't know. The name gives it away. Mama Blues, we already know who this is, but I don't know who. No, long time listener. Mama Blues said, Twitter. What changes were made in the division that will make it hard for Chicago? And what changes happened that will make it easier for Chicago to win the division? That's a lot. What changes were made in the division that were no matter what question y'all got, if we have mailbag episodes, send the questions in and we'll put it up. We'll talk about it in one way or another. What changes were made in the division that will make it hard for Chicago to win a division, and what changes happened that will make it easier? I'll just talk about a few just because I saw these questions a week ago. Put it back up. Don't put it back up. Hey,
I was just trying. I was trying to let Father Dev get back into it. You know, there's a lot of stuff that he missed, some stuff that maybe he wanted to get some stuff off his chest. Initially speaking, you know, got to let Ronnie come in because he got the history book. You know, he got the Bears Bible. He's going back to Leviticus and Exodus. He Old Testament with the Bears knowledge. So you know, I'm trying to let everybody have a piece. You know, I'm here. I'm good for a rant, bro. I got it. This one's gonna be. This is my type of question.
He said, "This is my type of question." You want me to go first, Wes? I'll go first. So what changes? Okay, so I'll start with the first part. What changes were made in the division that make it easier, that make it hard for the Bears to win the division? Minnesota. I'll say Minnesota beefing up that O-line and D-line. Minnesota going to get the Will Fries, who, Wes, I know you talked about as one of the candidates that we on our free agent wish list. Deron, was it Deron Payne or Jonathan Allen? It's one of the two they got on that D-line in Minnesota as well. One of those two dudes from the Commanders, that a former first round pick. Those are some moves that I think is going to make it tough for us. When I look at moves that actually happen on the grand scale of this division that makes it harder for us, there's not that many. In my opinion, there's not that many.
One or two.
A select few. And if you got some that I didn't say, just throw it out there. I mean, but you bear truth. You see, he automatically goes to the ones that. Well, I guess this is another one that helps us. Like all you can think about the ones that helps us, the ones that make it harder. Okay, let's actually think about this, fellas. I think we can all answer this part together. Do y'all have any things that y'all seen going in the division that makes it harder for the Chicago Bears to win it?
Well, you said my second one was Minnesota beefing up that line, getting some guys to getting that line right. You know, that's going to be, you know, a plus for them given, you know, what they had. But that's going to be a setback to an unproven quarterback. Okay, how good your line is, if he's seeing ghosts out there, he's overthrowing balls, he's, you know, moving the pocket when he's not supposed to, showing inexperience. No matter how good your O-line is, if he's out there panicking, it's going to throw your line for a little loop. So having an unproven quarterback is kind of countering that. The only other thing I think that's going to make it a little bit harder for us is the fact that our coaching staff is new and unproven as well. We still need to find out what Ben Johnson needs to be doing, what kind of scheme we're going to be playing, how our players going to react, how our chemistry going to be, how we're going to mesh. Other than that,
that was good.
Other than that, I don't know. Everything else is in our favor. We got a lot better. We in the North. We playing the cold. I mean, last season we played 10 playoff teams, so we know what it's like as a team to go against tough competition. We played in this division last year where everybody had 12 wins, so we know what it is to be, you know, at the bottom or be around tough competition. So I don't think, you know, our roster per se as players go is inexperienced. They know what they got to do. Caleb know what he needs to be doing now. Rome know what he needs to be doing. It's a lot of, like I said, to make it harder for us. I don't think not too many things is making it harder for us.
No,
that's a good one. Go ahead, Ronnie. You want to?
I was just gonna basically say the same thing. I don't see a whole lot being more difficult for us in the division. Some teams may have improved in areas, but like you said about the Minnesota team, they got a quarterback that who knows what he's going to even amount to. So it could be counterproductive for them. So, but I think the biggest thing in the division is the loss of Ben Johnson for the Lions and them coming to us to improve our team. So if anything, we benefited. We took a step up, and the rest of the teams in our division did not take that step up like that. Not a big step like we took.
Look, Bear True. Look, I love the
creativeness
in the chat. I just love it. I really do love it. If you ever want to come on as a guest and just talk shit to Wes or come at me for the Dexter comments or talk about how old OG Ronnie B is or whatever you want to do, however you want to come at this panel. A couple other guys ain't on here. I would, say something about them too, but I'm gonna wait for them to get back next week. Do it, man, because I really do love it. I appreciate you being in the chat, sticking it out with us the whole way through. It's a lot of other people watching us right now too. So hit that like button for us. Show us some love. That look, your point about having a new coach, Wes, that was something I didn't think about. I really didn't think about that. That could definitely that's something that happened in the division that could go in
can slow us
against
down.
us. Yeah, exactly.
Slow us down for the whole month of September. Could be slow because we just trying to tighten extra bolts and belts and
find that
grease
rhythm.
The wheels, find that rhythm. So I could see that, but everything else to me is and I mean you think about like Green Bay losing one of their best corners, like you said, Minnesota losing their big, like.
Okay, no, go ahead, keep going, because let's jump into the other half of the question. What makes it easier for us? And it's a plethora. Ronnie, you said a few. Wes, you already go ahead. You can keep going.
No, I mean, what makes it better for us? One, the division leaders who hung their hat on offense lost their offensive coordinator to us. So it's like a block shot and a fast break for a three. It's a that's a 5-point swing right there. If you look at it, you know what I mean? It's a pick six. It's a, it's a big turn. Yeah, it's a big turnaround for us in that sense. A game changer. Looking at how we did beef up that offensive line with not just talent and all that, with experience on top of it. I know everybody want to talk about the money and all that. I mean, that is true, but if you look at what we failed at and what we kind of fell off at, that offensive line and that defensive line, we added to it. We really didn't subtract too much from it. We're getting a lot of people back that's going to be healthy that we saw as big-time players. And like you said, Roschon, what he did to Green Bay, what Brisker done to a lot of defenses. We paid out Kyler Gordon. And like I said, we brought in an experienced staff. And you talk about St. Brown when you look. You got Randall Well. You want to talk about running backs, and you want to talk about Minnesota. You want to talk about Adrian Peterson. Well, we got Eric Bieniemy, the Adrian Peterson creator. We got like you said, Roshara. We got all these Dennis Allen, somebody who's shown that he can be a great defensive coordinator, put together a great defense when that's all he needs to focus on. Like I said. With Green Bay didn't buff up their wide receivers too much. They added a guy. They really didn't do a lot. Jordan Love is still in question about whether he is that big time Jordan Love that they saw, or is he going to be that questionable Jordan Love? Minnesota, like I said, losing a quarterback and having another quarterback step in who hasn't even taken a snap. You don't know what it's like. You don't know what it's like. You can imagine what it's like to call hike and throw a football pass. But when it's all those guys coming around you, you get hit a couple times. Who knows if he's going to survive the season? He might, like you said about Caleb, he didn't miss a game. Jaden Daniels missed a game with his ribs. He was out for a while. He was hurt. He was tender. You don't know what's going to happen. And then on top of that, he's coming off an injury. On top of that, you don't know what's that going to do to his mentality on how he's going to play. So, I mean, Keep going.
The Ari Daniels chat, that's my lady. You finally we 2.5 hours in, you finally joined and wanted to listen to what we were saying. I appreciate it. Yeah, exactly. But no, look, it's a lot. I mean, Bear Truth rallying them off. You was rallying them off, Wes. I mean, like you said before, Jair leaving. I respect Jair. I know good talent. He's gone. That's big for us. The big one, the big fish, obvious one, that Ben Johnson leaving Detroit. And not just that, but we took a lot of their guys, and then Aaron Glenn
leaving.
Aaron Glenn going to New York. That's big
slow
too.
Start. That could be a slow start for just like I said, ours. That could be a slow start for Detroit.
Aiden Hutchinson recovering from a broken leg. That's big, man. That's
huge.
Aiden, exactly. He was on pace to be one of the best defensive linemen in the league last year. Before he broke that leg. I mean, you name it. It's a lot of them. Let's talk about the Vikings a little bit. Sam Darnold. Look, if Sam Darnold stayed there, I don't think he would have declined too much. He would have declined for sure. But I think that he would have got comfortable. That's familiarity with the scheme and the coaching staff that you're gonna naturally, I felt like he would be pretty decent. But I think JJ McCarthy having to step in helps us. I think it helps us. Bear Truth said it. Sam Darnold leaving. Go ahead, Ronnie.
I was just saying it buys us time if they have a rookie quarterback that don't know what's going on, opposed to a veteran that's throwing to Justin Jefferson. It just buys us time in the division.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Like I mean, you're right. A rookie throwing to him. When like I said about Roma Dunes, he had 100 targets, but 51 receptions, and a lot of those was Caleb overthrowing it. Caleb throwing it, trying to figure out where it's early on, forcing the ball in. We're trying to force it to Jordan Jefferson, double, triple coverage. That's going. Like I said, we can have a slow start. Detroit can have a slow start. Minnesota can have a slow start for those key reasons. And Green Bay, they gonna have a slow start because they still don't know exactly what Jordan Love is and who he really throwing to. And the talent of they wide receivers, and they not gonna have. They're gonna be behind. They ain't gonna have that secondary to keep that cap on how bad they're back or how bad they're behind. Like think about what we did last season. We lost by a field goal, won by a field goal. And that was us in that situation. They got a little bit worse as far as their personnel goes.
Yeah, that was gonna be that was gonna be on my dumbest tweets thing this week was because people felt like we couldn't really hang with the Packers last year. But okay. We actually answered that pretty good. That was an in-depth question that we actually answered pretty good. Bear Truth, I get it. I want to go to that next one. Yeah. He is good. He was good in college. He was third down. What I talk about, Wes, third down is that money down. Money down. And he was very good at it in college. I think he was in the 70s% on third down. Some crazy stat, but very unproven, and he's good until he plays against better competition, and that's how it always happens. Yeah, so it happened with
competition. The holes close quicker. Everybody's faster.
Yes,
everybody was an All-American. Everybody, we're all great. So now prove it that you're the greatest.
We've seen it with is McCarthy and Caleb on the same level?
No.
As far as what college? I mean, you could talk about a Heisman. You're talking about a Heisman, number 1 overall pick, and then you're talking about a guy that went. What did they take him? 12, 15? It was 12.
Yeah, but like a Heisman versus a first-round overall pick versus somebody went 12th overall, but he won a national championship.
Right. He did win a natty. He won a natty. But I don't want to dog McCarthy too much because we haven't seen it. We just haven't seen it.
I'm just saying. I ain't saying nothing.
He could be great.
To defend him with. I don't got no gravy for the biscuits.
Yeah, exactly.
It's dry. It's dry. I don't got nothing to sop it up with.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if the gravy's salty. I don't know if it's chunky. Soup.
It's just college stats and potential. He ain't shown nothing in the pro game, so it's a totally different machine. It is.
It is. And who's the better quarterback? Basically, right now, as of today, Caleb Williams the better NFL quarterback because J.J. McCarthy still is not technically an NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
Next question. Y'all ready for the next one? I want to pop
Shoot.
that up there. What's that? What you want to read that one off real quick?
It says, thing is, Minnesota got good off mind and coach. He made Darnold numbers with that good wide receiver crew. Good, I think that's a serviceable, I would say, more than likely. But him doing well with Darnold tells me he a good coach in Minnesota.
Sure.
That's true. That's true. But we need this. I could see if we had a baseline for JJ. How much does he need to improve? Is he, a lost cause? Like I said, is he gonna go out there and see ghosts? Is he gonna get benched by week 6?
I mean, remember when who went down? Somebody went down. Was it Kirk that went down? And they went with Josh Dobbs and all. Don't act like he's just turning any quarterback into whatever. Josh Dobbs was actually pretty good for him for 3 games or 2 games, and that shit stopped. So look. Defenses, NFL defenses, NFL defensive coordinators will catch on and will learn what you do. Okay, so McCarthy paired with his coach might be problem because the coach did what he did with Sam.
It's a plus for JJ McCarthy for who his coach is. Yes.
Right. He's going to benefit from that for sure. How soon is what we worry about.
That's true.
Yes, but yes. All the yeses, you get bare truth. You can put all of the positives for JJ McCarthy in the chat all you want, and we gonna say yes to him. I don't know if you think we gonna say no, but we not gonna say no. Yes, but guess what? Experience trumps all. We need to see it first. We need to see it. We just gotta see it. We gotta see it.
Seeing is believing.
We gotta see it. We just gotta see it. We gotta see it. I got the next question ready for y'all, fellas. This one is from Sleazy Goat on Twitter. Rome didn't have as good of a season as other rookie wide receivers. What are realistic expectations for him this year? Wes, you want to jumpstart this one?
I got jet fuel. Actually, he did. He just wasn't the number one target. A lot of these guys was the only one they could throw the ball to. Neighbors. I mean, you getting 120 targets, and Brian Thomas, you the number one, and all these guys. A lot of these guys was the number one. So I mean, Xavier Worthy was the fastest wide receiver in a combine last year and was suspected to get downfield past everybody every single time. He didn't have a great statistical season, but he was very useful for his team. He came in when they needed. When they called him the number, he made some plays.
Absolutely.
His talent was utilized well because he wasn't the number one. Even after Hollywood Brown went down, he still wasn't the number one target because you got a Travis Kelce. So to compare her to the other rookie talent, I think he had a pound-for-pound comparable season because he was only short of most of them. Like I said, he was in the middle of a lot of those receivers when you look at the ones that had the 1,000, 1,100, 1,200 yard seasons. He had about 750, and the people who was in his position and had the amount of targets and schemes for him, they was at 250 catches. They were at 250 yards, 347 yards with 50 receptions, 47 receptions. He only had 51 and he had 700. It was only one person that I found that was close, and that was the guy that played for Baltimore. I think it was I got his name right up.
Bateman?
No, Bateman. Yeah,
Was it Bateman?
Bateman.
Okay.
Yeah, that was kind of considered the third option. And I mean, he was on a high-powered offense, so I can understand that. But not being a you put Roma Dunze in New York and put Neighbors over here, it'll be similar.
Yeah,
it'll be very similar when you got Keenan Allen taking a lot of your targets, and you got DJ taking a lot of your targets, especially with the type of offense and dysfunction that our coaches had to where we couldn't run the ball, so we had to run certain plays that was not particularly targeting your third receiving option when you were just trying to get the ball out and get completions in the backfield for a DJ Moore or throwing short passes. But I mean, if you look at him on tape, like, hey, look, the eye test don't lie, tape don't lie. Toe tap roam, big catch roam, and you know, sitting in between the coverage roam, go up and get it in between three people roam.
So that look, I let you take that one first because I knew how you felt on the first half. But Wes, just got to remember what the question asked us. What are your realistic expectations for Rome? Oh, I think you. Hold on, I got you.
I muted myself. My bad.
And bare truth. Is my tone bad, fellas? My tone a little aggressive tonight, or it was some.
I'm used to it.
Like a ghost haunting. That's crazy. That's crazy, Bear Truth. I fuck with Bear Truth.
I'm gonna tell you what I got Rome for. Rome gonna have 1,100 receiving yards, 87 catches, 7 touchdowns, 287 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, 1 for 1 on 100% completion for a touchdown pass.
So less targets. Well, no.
Yeah, less targets. I think I have more targets. I think I have more targets.
Oh, you said 84 catches.
84 catches. 87 catches. I think if he had 100 targets as a third, he's gonna have probably 100 more.
Give me your catches, yards, touchdowns again. Catches, yards, touchdowns.
87 catches, 111 yards, 7 touchdowns.
Okay. Ronnie.
Okay.
You heard his numbers. You like them numbers? You going up? You going down?
I'm in the neighborhood with what Chef Wes is talking about. I think Rome's going to have a breakout year, a really big year. Maybe not 1,100 yards. Maybe just under 1,000 or around 1,000. 70 catches, maybe a little more. Maybe the 7 touchdowns or so. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. I would say he's going to get more red zone targets now because he's going to be the number 2. He's a solid number 2. He really is. To move him into that slot in his second year, we can't go wrong. I just don't really see how we can lose a step. He's gonna be better than Keenan Allen at the number 2 this year moving forward. So I'm all about it.
Yeah, he better. He definitely better be better than Keenan Allen at the number 2 because what Keenan didn't have 800. He had 7 something too, right? Just like Rome at the 3. I'm right there with both of y'all. You said just under 11. You said 11. Ballpark right in there. I'm right in there with both of y'all. Yeah. And you better do it. You're too talented not to do it. You got to be working with Caleb right now because what we see on the field that all starts now. We need to see that now. I need y'all to be like for real, like do it. Why y'all not kicking it with each other all the? You know what I mean? I get life, whatever, but like I need it. I need to see it. Y'all gotta be.
Yeah, you need to know what Rome likes on his pizza and everything.
Absolutely, like absolutely. Damn, Rome in the slot will be scary. How do you match up with that? Exactly. That's what Ronnie was just saying. That's what. Look, I'm right there with you. I think 1,100 is on the higher end, just because. But see, I don't know. I'm conflicted. I don't know how much Ben likes DJ right now.
Right.
When training camp comes, I'll have a better understanding. But I'm right there with y'all. My realistic expectation, I'm gonna say 1,000. I'm gonna sit at 1,000. I'm gonna go more touchdowns than yards. Because them red zones, I feel like he'll get more red zone targets. I'll go 9. Put him on a 9 touchdown. If I'm gonna do catches, let's go 85. 80 to 90 catches. That's what I'll go with my realistic expectations. Because you better. I need to see it. You better do it.
Yeah.
It's easy to scheme him open because he's successful in almost every route he runs.
Excellent route runner.
And if you think about it, if you got Luther out there, like they're going to look at him as more of a wildcat weapon because that's what he has that I want to say like Debo Samuel, DJ kind of once they get the ball, they're going to make you pay once they catch the ball. So they're gonna be a little lax. It goes back to what I seen when Cole Kmet was out there. A lot of times that he missed Cole was open is because they focused on all three of them going out, and you know what I mean. Cole Kmet was open a lot of those times because they were focused on, oh man, Keenan is killing us. DJ is catching the ball in the back. We gotta stop him from catching the ball at 2 yards out because he's going to run behind those blocks and kind of squeeze through that extra 5 to 7 yards. And if that Rome is coming back at the sticks, he's catching that first down. He's gonna get, like I said, early on he was a rookie. Like we said, Mark, we talked about him the first month. Like, man, we need him to start catching the ball more. Like the ball is right there. You got to catch it. It'll hit your hands. You got to get it. You got to get it. Within the next 7 weeks, he was leading the team. After that was the first 3 to 4 weeks. By week 7, 8, he was leading the team in receiving yards with a third of the catches at the third option. And Keenan Allen had came back.
I'm with you. I'm with it. I think the one thing that Bears fans should be optimistic about is like the one that we should be pushing, like even more than Caleb. Like, oh, he gonna do this, he gonna do that, I think it is Rome. It should be Rome. I think that's the most safe bet and the most smart bet. Bear Truth said, I just don't see how a team can match up good against us with our weapons in a run game. It's gonna be physical. It's gonna be physical. Most all teams we will be able to body blow you all game long within 20 yards. Bear Truth no football. Bear Truth no football. Want to go to the next question?
Yeah, we can jump to the next question.
Okay, so this one is here. I don't have a name for it, but that's weird. Somebody asked me this question. I don't know who it is, or Twitter or Facebook.
Thanks for the question, somebody in the social media universe.
I know, right? Unknown. Jane Doe or John Doe? Damn, who asked? This is actually a pretty good one. Who's the Bears' biggest X factor on offense and defense? That's actually a pretty good question. I don't know who asked that one. I got a name and tag for everybody. But anyway, who is the biggest X factor on offense and defense? I guess I'll go. I guess we can. If anybody think of something, just jump in here, because like these are questions that just coming out. I'm the only one that, well, Wes, you've seen a couple of them, but anyway. Offense. Let's start with offense. J2K. We just jumping into our mailbag episode right now. You missed some good talking, some good Bears talk, J2K. I need you here. I need you here right away next time, J2K. The man responsible for the beautiful graphics, intro, and the outro that we do on this show. Oh, you've been listening. Okay, so you we've been talking, and then you're a football mind, so X factor. I'm gonna do offense. Okay, I'm gonna go with offense. What's up, Wes?
Oh no, because I'm ready for offense. I'm just trying to narrow my defense down.
Okay, I'm gonna go offense first. The Bears' biggest X factor on offense. Bear Truth saying Caleb or and D Brisker. Caleb is not an X factor. He's not. He's not an X factor. X factor, your Mono Ginobili. Come on, man. You know the Mono Ginobili. with the Tim Duncan and the Tony Parker and what. Caleb is the Tim Duncan, and he's the Tim Duncan. He ain't no X factor. X factor's got to come from the other guys, the 6th man of the year, or the. So on offense, I'm gonna go. Right now, I don't got Rome as 1, and this might be chalk. This might be chalk, fellas. This might be chalk. And if y'all got the same one, then say it. If not, I hope y'all got a different one. This might be chalk, but I'm going Rome. Rome is the biggest X factor to me on his offense. I got the superstars, the stars. How about that? Caleb, DJ. You got your O-line. Your Joe Tooney that's done this, been here. I'm gonna go Rome Odunze. That's my X factor on offense. Rome Odunze.
I'm gonna let Ronnie go next because Rome ain't mine either.
Mine is not Rome Odunze either. I will say this: I want DeAndre Swift to be my X factor.
Oh, I like that one.
But I would have to say that my offensive line would have to be my X factor, not a particular player, just the line. Because with that line, if they do what there's, like you said about the star players have expectations. You're going to put up numbers. You're going to do what you do. But you're only allowed to do it in the NFL if your line is doing their job. So if the offensive line does their job, that's the X factor for me. We can open up all types of things, running game, passing game. We can do what we want with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams back there if the line does their job.
Bare truth, the X factor can't be the guy that's getting game plan for. It can't be the guy. It can't be the X factor is the guy that steps up for you, that steps up and handles business. That's not DJ Moore. That's not, let's just say it, Cole Kmet. That's not Caleb Williams. You know what I mean? That's the X factor.
Yeah.
Those are the obvious guys. It can't be somebody obvious. You're not your Tim Duncan, not your LeBron James, not your Kyrie Irving, but your J.R. Smith, your Iman Shumpert.
You're typical coach, you know.
Yo, Jalen, was it Jalen Green or Jalen Williams, right? From the NBA champions.
Yeah.
Yes, those are your X factors. Your
while everybody's watching SGA, Williams doing his thing, getting 40.
Exactly. The Pacers had a bunch of X factors.
They did. They really did.
Naismith, Neimark. You pick one of them dudes who was hooping.
Yeah, they were.
What's up, Wes?
Coasting, love it.
Bare truth. My bad. Hold on. Bare truth. You cannot say Caleb is an X factor if he's the star. You thinking of Madden where you put the X factor on your stars. No, the X factor is somebody that can come in and make. No, that's not what X factor is. X factor is the other guys that you don't see.
He can't be
Ginobili. Exactly. Exactly.
I'm saying Colson Loveland simply because of the talent and the nuance of not knowing. Like we talk about a lot of these guys, you can't scheme for somebody you ain't seen really yet. You don't know what he's going to do. Each week and every week, we can scheme him to do something that other teams haven't seen him do just yet. He said, "Oh man, we make it sound." Yeah. No, I put it up there.
Not bad. Keep going.
You have to throw that up there. But yeah, it's gonna be love because like we know, like I said, like you said, Cole Kmet can't be it because we know that if you target him, he will catch. DJ Moore, he is the number one target. Rome Odunze, we expect him to be doing these things. I want to say Luther Burton, but I think it's going to be Loveland because Loveland is going to have more time on the field than Luther Burton because these are guys that has the talent to just rip the heart out of teams. Like, who is he? You know, you're playing against somebody, like I said, about that guy that ran that 50-yard back against us on the Cardinals. When you see somebody who you didn't see, just dagger you. Just dagger you when you like, okay, DJ been having a good game, Rome or Swift or the running game been crazy and all this kind of stuff. And scheme something up and have Loveland do something that they haven't seen, and then the next week they trying to scheme against that, and he does not at all. He got something else totally different that you haven't seen, you can't scheme for because you don't really know exactly how his talent tree will translate to the NFL. Like we said with Ron, we expect more because we saw those highlights. We saw the toe tap catch for a first down out of bounds, toe tap catch in the back of the end zone. We saw you go up there and get the high ball. We saw you, extending the play with Caleb. We know DJ. We know once you get the ball in your hand, you're gonna get upfield. Even with Swift tracking down a jump pass and all these things that you can look at as far as this is the game plan. The X factor is that guy who come out, and even if it's once every 2 or 3 weeks, who come out with 10 catches, 175 yards, 3 touchdowns, and then the next game he spent most of his time blocking. Maybe big block for somebody in the backfield, making a big play or something like that. That's the X factor. The person that's going to do, like you said, the thing that's not schemed for and not really seen.
Yep. And that's a good one. Bear Truth was actually on your side, but he came in with Kyle Monungai, and that's definitely that's what we talking about. Those type of players, those type of things. Everything you just said, Wes. He gonna do, and then maybe the next few games he blocking, he picking off key blocks. You know what I mean? That's what the X factor is. So what you got, Loveland, Ronnie, you got the O-line, and then I went with Rome, which Rome is chalk for me, but it could be y'all. If you can consider him the star, the obvious one, then I could go with honestly, I would go with one of the running backs. I would go with either Rojo or Kyle Monungai. I'm not gonna say Swift because if that's chalk too, I'll go with the Rojo because, like I said, I like when he runs downhill and aggressive. He runs very hard. So I like that question. We don't know who asked that one. That was a good question. Did we do defense? Defense. Anybody got a defense? Well, I wasn't even thinking defense. Go ahead, take it away with defense.
I got one. I got it. I got who I'm gonna call my X factor on defense because he showed some flashes and he did some stuff that was X factor-ish already. I'm gonna go with Kevin Byard. Kevin Byard being that guy because I thought about saying Tremaine, but you get paid too much to be an X factor and not do your job. We know what we're gonna get out of TJ. The defensive line. I mean, I could pick one of those guys, but I think they work best as more of a unit type thing. But I'm talking about a guy who's going to come in and make that play that's going to change it. Kind of like I got to give it up to Kevin Byard and Owens for having some of those X factor moments, like getting fumbles, causing fumbles, getting interceptions. When he blew up Malik in that Green Bay game, I know every Bears fan and the entire nation just had the happiest, wholesomest feeling because it reminded me. I forgot who blew up Aaron Rodgers that one time, but I'm pretty sure Ronnie. But just blew him up straight to the face. It wasn't even a blind side. It was right on the right side of the line, coming straight in, unblocked, and just cough up the ball kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's that. And I think Kevin Byard, since he's still up there, we didn't really address safety. I know Major Burns is out there trying to make himself known, but Kevin Byard coming in, being that last line of defense, saving those touchdowns for us, helping break up those passes, being that cloud covering, safety, but then coming, like I said, having that coming in that box, like, oh, he's not gonna blitz, and then he blitz and do his job, and not only does he get a sack or a tackle for a loss, but cause a fumble. I want you to cause a fumble down, so I will go Kevin Byard.
Kevin Byard, free safety, like you said, if you get in that box, when he came in, he told Jaquan Brisker, "Hey, we could be interchangeable." Free safety usually, you out there. The strong safety is your run stopper. But he said, and we seen what he did to Malik Willis, made him fumble, cracked him. That's a good one. I like that. My X factor, I'll go Ronnie.
You want me to go?
Yeah, go ahead. If you got one, go ahead. I'm
X factor on defense.
I'm between two guys.
Okay. X factor on defense for me, it could be one of two things, kind of, for me. It could either be Kyler Gordon playing slot nickel because they can move him around in different positions too. He doesn't just have to stick there. But the main X factor would be a guy we do not have yet, or Odea Bingo, because somebody has to release Montez Sweat on the other end for our line to be effective. Without a guy doing that, I don't care who it is, somebody proven or not, if they're on the other end, Montez Sweat will flourish. They both will. But without that, that's what I'm saying. Like, if somebody can step in and do that, then that's our X factor. If not, then I see Kyler Gordon paying dividends on it and as well.
Who you picked? You know what's crazy? I was going, but those were the two. It was gonna be, believe it or not, Dio or Kyler. Those were my two that I was deciding between. Because we know Kyler just got paid.
Yeah.
But if you ask any other fan, like go to work or go to the bar or go to the park or wherever you at, go to a barbecue and ask other football fans about Kyler Gordon.
Yeah.
They gonna disrespect that man. That's why, and it's crazy to me because he's actually a top 2 or top 3 slot corner in the league.
Slot corner,
one, exactly. The only one I would probably put up there over him, if not tied, is dude in Indy. Kenny Moore. Kenny Moore's a dog. That's about it. But other than that, so okay, if you gonna go, I'll just put you at Dio and I'll go Kyler.
Okay.
I'll go Kyler. I'll put you at Dio. I'll go Kyler. Got paid. I think he's a better cornerback than Stevenson. There you go. Stevenson. Now, Stevenson gets picked on more. Kyler gets asked to do more, but Kyler don't get thrown at that much to, Kyler's rushing the quarterback, trying to stop the run, all type of stuff like that. His job, he got a lot of other shit to deal with than just pass coverage. Kyler Gordon is my X factor for sure. If that dude is even, what was the dude that left us to went and signed with the Broncos? The cornerback that was with Kyle Fuller, Prince Mukamura, and he was
Jennings, was it?
No, it wasn't Jennings. He was a slot. He got paid. Bear Truth, put it in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. Fuck, he broke his leg when he went there too. Damn. Went with Denver. Oh man. It was Bryce. It was Bryce Callahan. Y'all remember Bryce Callahan?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Bryce Callahan. That's who he was with Kyle Fuller. He was with Prince Mukamura. And then it was Bryce Callahan. And he went and got paid. That's who I think Kyler Gordon can be. So mine is Kyler Gordon for sure, as far as defensive X factors goes. And then now I gotta go.
So it's a good thing we paid him then.
Absolutely. Go ahead, keep going. I'm gonna find the next question.
Got somebody?
I hear y'all on the Dio thing, but like you said, it's contingent to because what if Sweat having the same type of season he had last year, and that other side of the line is getting that, but they getting past them, maybe lost a step. You know what I'm saying? So I think with that, we seen as a unit, they could be good as far as player for player, but that's with the mindset that once they start rotating, those people coming in, when that Austin Booker come in, is going to be the same effect. Is Dio going to do the same thing with if Montez has to sit down and you have to move Dexter to the outside, or even bring in Austin Booker for it down? Is he going to look the same? Like Mark was saying about Javon Dexter. It's like, are you going to look the same every down? Are you going to be back there every down? Are you going to be pushing people over every down? Are you going to be giving up because the ball is on the other side of the field and you on one side? Or you going to still have that motor? And that's what kind of deterred me away from picking somebody on the line, because it's more of a unit thing. I mean, and I know a lot of people want to bring up Aaron or Jordan or Trey or Myles Garrett, those. Come on, we can't talk about anomalies. These dudes are guys. You know what I mean? But when we're talking about X Factor, those are stars, as Mark said in Madden. Yeah. They got X Factor traits, but they are stars. Period. And that's why, like I said, even with Brisker, I know what Brisker's job really is. He's to get down in that mid mid to low angle of the field and initially, get in there and get stuff done. The reason I picked Bayard is because Bayard is he's that safety net of you're not scheming against Kevin. You can scheme against Brisker. You can run the ball the opposite way because he's coming in like a torpedo. You know what I'm saying? You could kind of scheme against Kyler Gordon and go pick on Tyreek Stevenson instead. But with Kevin Byard, he could come in sneaky. I don't want to say forgettable, but it's not somebody that I think offensive coordinators is like, well, we can't throw over the top because Kevin Byard's right there. And I think Kevin Byard is good enough and experienced enough as a veteran to make you pay every time. And like I said, he changed the game for us multiple times last season as well. Causing fumbles, getting down in there. I think he had an interception too, a big time interception for us too. I can't remember what game it was.
He ran one of them a deep ball down, and he ran the route for the wide receiver.
He was 22 again. Yeah, right. Like I said, and that's something that you gonna try.
I agree with you on the defensive line, though. I agree with you on the defensive line that they're going to be like working more as a unit. And Dennis Allen's going to try to move these guys around, shuffle them, keep guys fresh, keep guys in different stunts and schemes, and trying to confuse the offense and whatnot. So we still haven't seen what's going to happen with that, but it still makes me nervous because we didn't address it. But hopefully somebody steps up in the schemes and they can find somebody to fill the voids.
All right. Next question. We got a couple more. Not many. This one is from Steve Valdez from Facebook. Steve Valdez. He says, and this was actually interesting. He says, would you put Caleb Williams on your Bears all-time roster already? Yeah, I know, right? Now, when you think about this question, you got to think about the quarterbacks, and we talk about the quarterback history that we've had, and it depends. I mean, who you putting that on your? Because I actually want to do a draft, right? I saw this done. Look at Bear Truth. I saw this done, and this ain't got to do with the question, but I want to do so. I want to try to keep this in mind. I want us to do a Bears draft where we pick one quarterback, one wide receiver. One. I'll probably do 2 O-linemen and 1 running back, and we're gonna draft them. All-time Bears players, probably from 2000 and on. Not back. You ain't getting Walter. So you got your Matt Fortes, your David Montgomerys, and your Jordan Howard.
Can he get Deion Sanders, man?
2000s and on. 2000s is on. But I want to do that at some point. I'll set that up. But I just want to. This is what this is kind of like, though. You know what I mean? Because if you want to get Jay Cutler, you could take your, you know what I mean, whoever you want for your quarterback. But anyway, would you put Caleb Williams on your all-time Bears roster? Go ahead.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna just get mine out quick. I know Bear Troop ain't gonna like because I'm gonna be short with this. I'm gonna say yeah. I mean, does he have to be the starter on that? I'll put him as my backup for sure. All times, I had to make a 53-man roster, and I needed 2 quarterbacks. I mean, I know a lot of people want to throw Jay Cutler up there real quick and all that because I know a lot of people going to jump on that one, especially when going back to like 2000. I mean, is he not at least the backup on that all-time team as the quarterback? I'm not saying he has to be the starter. But now if you talk about starters, it's like, I mean, I got a graphic. Yeah. If you're just talking about starters, then honestly, for me, I'm going to say, yeah, I'm not that big of a Jay Cutler fan, to be honest with you. I respect his talent, but as a Bear, I think I'm iffy with it. Not too big on Rex, not too big. The plucky quarterback, come on, man. I'm taking him over Jim. I wish Caleb was there.
So who's your quarterback?
I'm taking Caleb.
So yes, you're putting him on your all-time.
Yeah. Either way it go, I was just trying to explain that he should go on an all-time 53-man roster if he was doing it, at least as a backup.
So it's gonna be Caleb with your Walter Payton, and you got okay. I like. Ronnie B, you got an opinion? You got
as much as I love Caleb and I do think he's going to be the best quarterback we ever had at this moment, no, I can't give that to him. I would have to probably go with, as much as I don't want to go with Jay Cutler, he's probably the best thing that we've seen. I mean, before that, who was the best quarterback before that? Jim Harbaugh? And that was in the 90s. It's like, I mean, I want Caleb to be that guy, and I think eventually he will be. But if you're asking me right now, he can't be that guy.
Wow, I disagree with you wholeheartedly, Ronnie. Hate Jay Cutler. Hate him. I'm
not a big fan either. He's a girl.
I don't think there was anything good about him besides the wide receivers he was throwing to. Now, he didn't always have the monsters of the midway. I'm not gonna do that to him, but no, I can't. It was that relationship was too abusive to me, and there's no way I will ever.
What Drake say, Mark? It was the best we had. It was the best we ever had at that point in time. We didn't know no better. We was being abused. We needed therapy.
Yeah. Yes.
We needed therapy.
Yes.
How we had him out there. Oh, but he got a good arm when he want to.
Yeah, he was very
play hard when he want to. He was unprofessional. There was a lot of things about him that no, like he can't, because like I said, he was one of those veterans that came in like, I already know who I am and what I'm doing. Kind of like some guy that I hate a lot that's in Pittsburgh right now. That just come in and you think you got like, oh yeah, no. He was open outfit, yeah, but I saw that guy. He, like it just no. I mean, because I know a lot of people want to think about the record and the team and all that kind of stuff, but a lot of those quarterbacks y'all going back to, it wasn't them.
No, that good
defense. It was always a defense. It's always been a defense. If they would have had the defense we had last year, beaten and battered up like how it was, Jay Cutler would have quit week 5.
Yeah,
he would have quit before we fired Shane Warren.
And I'm glad actually, because honestly, I didn't know if Wes was gonna go with Caleb. I didn't know. Ronnie, I kind of figured you weren't gonna go with Caleb because you the OG of the show for sure. But I didn't know he was gonna go with Caleb, and I'm glad you went with Jay because it shows. You know what I mean? Like we all got our own thought process,
different perspectives.
And Jeremy would have went with Jay Cutler as well because I was getting into it with
Cal Orton was good. Cal Orton
was
good.
Shut
up.
Hey, remember what they said? He's no ordinary quarterback.
That's right. What's that Linsanity syndrome people be having too much.
Hey, that Linsanity was insanity. That was crazy. It was crazy.
Cards. It was Furbies. It was
Kobe said, "Who is that dude? Who is and Jeremy Lin went and bust their ass that next game."
Oh yeah. Linsanity.
Anyway, I'm right there with y'all. I like that. We got Caleb for me, Caleb for Wes, and Jay for
I'm not happy about it.
OG Ronnie B. I mean, but you can make an argument for it. That's right. You can make a good argument. I got a twofer. I got a twofer for Steve Valdez. That last one was, I like that one. That was different. Just another one from Steve Valdez from Facebook. Steve Valdez from Facebook. He says, would you bet that Ben Johnson wins Coach of the Year?
I would bet. I would put. Actually, I'll put that. I'm gonna put $50 on it.
Matt Nagy did it.
And then if you look at the narrative, I mean, Josh Allen won MVP. Probably shouldn't have. But if the Bears are competent, competitive, making a run, make the playoffs, I think he's a shoo-in. 9-10 wins, I think he's a shoo-in.
Okay, so who got it this past year? Was it Kevin O'Connell?
I think Kevin O'Connell was it.
Okay, so Kevin could have got. Let's just think of the teams. Okay, let's think of these teams that had some good successes that weren't obvious winners. Obvious contenders. So Kevin O'Connell won it with the Vikings. 14 wins with that team. 14-3. That's it, obviously. Commanders. Dan Quinn. Like, let's be 100. Let's be 100. Who thought? I I didn't think so. He didn't win it, but that was a candidate. The Commanders. Who else? Who else was what was another good team that we didn't think was gonna be there?
Trying to see.
I didn't think Tampa was going to do as good as they did.
Hey, Todd Bowles and Baker Mayfield. First of all, Baker, we just showed his was his number, was it his numbers or was it his there it goes 4,500?
So here we
41 TDs. Go ahead.
So here we go. We're gonna go. What you want to go back to? You want to go back to the Commanders? So last year, Kevin O'Connell. Year before that, Kevin Stefanski with the Browns. Year before that, Brian Dable with the Giants.
Does it show their records?
No, I'm just looking at the teams right now.
These are coach of the years.
Coach of the years.
Kevin Stefanski won it with the Browns.
With the Browns.
Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco.
Mm-hmm. Good comeback season for Joe Flacco. Brian Dable won with the Giants. Mike Vrabel won with the Titans. Kevin Stefanski won again with the Browns in 2020. Harbaugh won with the Ravens. Matt Nagy won with the Bears. McVay won with the Rams. Gary won with the Cowboys. Ron Rivera won with the Panthers. Bruce Arians won with the Cardinals. Ron Rivera won with the Panthers. Ron Rivera? Yeah, he won with the Panthers twice. Bruce Arians again with the Hopes, and then he 2 years later won with the Cardinals. Jim Harbaugh again with the Niners. Belichick in 2010.
So if you gonna, would you put a bet? Would you bet that? Absolutely. Especially if Nagy could have. Now, Nagy had a defense that he didn't even know he had.
Right.
He didn't even know he had. But absolutely. My answer to this question, short and simple, absolutely. I put a bet on.
What's the odds? Let's see.
I would agree. I think for sure he's most likely gonna win Coach of the Year. We were 5-12. If he doubles that and we get 10 wins, just getting 10 wins, which is probably just a wild card, but you doubled our wins and got us in the playoffs. How do you not get the accolades for Coach of the Year?
He's already the favorite at plus 700.
I'm sure. We'll lay our bets when we get to Vegas.
I'm already having my bets in. I'm having my bets soon as preseason in.
Right.
I want the best odds. But yeah, I'll bet that.
All right. So I got two more. Go ahead. No, keep going.
No, I'm just saying 9-10 wins, that almost guarantee him Coach of the Year. And I think he's gonna probably do better than that, to be honest.
Oh man, y'all. I can't wait to training camp because y'all be getting me going about this team, and then because when we talk about it, we start here. I see Bears background. The graphics are amazing. You got a man cave in the back. I got all my shit back here, and you got your shit back there. And it's just like I'm just like, hey, we finna run through a wall for this goddamn team. And I start actually diving into it. And it bring me down a little bit. But when I'm talking to y'all fellas, I'm telling you, Wes and Ronnie, I'll be ready to put us just like last year. Just like I'll be ready to put us in the goddamn history books.
Yeah.
But y'all know how that go.
Did
I cut you off, Wes?
No, I was just saying he already the favorite, so it's obviously it's a safe bet.
And that's the sick part because
across all the betting apps.
Flus was the favorite. Justin Fields was the favorite to win MVP the offseason before. Mm-hmm. And then Mitchell Trubisky was in 2019 as well to win the MVP. They don't work out for us. Like, those are times I know for a fact that these teams and these players and coaches were most voted to win MVP or Coach of the Year at these times. I know Matt Eberflus was last year. I know he was Coach of the Year. All right, we got another one. This one is from Bears Den Podcast. This one is on Twitter. Should I do this one? Actually, no, I'll go to a different before I do that. I'll wrap it up with that one. This one's from 1920 Bears on Twitter.
Okay.
Have the Bears made enough moves in the offseason to compete in the regular season? Have the Bears made enough moves in the offseason to compete in the regular season? I guess okay. When you say compete, I mean, like for playoff spot, championship, I'm gonna go with championship. Championship. I'm going to say, like, honestly, no. And the only thing that could change this from no is Caleb. And this is how it was last year. If he skyrockets to the top 5 of quarterbacks, then yeah, you're competing. But if Caleb is still hovering around the 12s, the 13, 14, 15, no matter what you think of his performance, if he's lining up when it's all said and done in the middle of the pack, I disagree. I don't think our team, because okay, let's talk about quarterbacks that did it. Jalen Hurts, you had the graphic, you took it out, but you had the graphic up. Jalen Hurts, you seen his numbers. I don't know if you want to put that back up there so I can put it up, or you got the numbers and you remember them, but he did it. And guess what? He had the team to do it. We don't got that team.
Right.
We don't have a team to do what he was able to do. In that championship. There's no way. 29-03, 18 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. There's no way Caleb, not Caleb, the Bears are competing. They're not going to do that. So I'm going to say no. I don't think they did enough. They didn't do enough to address the running back room. That we had chances. You didn't do enough to address that defensive line. You also had chances. Still got a chance. But I mean, it's a no for me. It's a no for me. My headphones just died, so I can't hear y'all, but I'm about to go ahead, take it.
Go ahead, Wes.
When I hear I think he said contend. When it comes to football, when I hear contend, I hear win your division, make the playoffs. When it comes to football, because if you can win your division, make the playoffs, you give yourself that opponent one bad game away from you advancing to the next step to winning it. So if you get in the playoffs and you go up against the Chiefs, you can go up with the Chiefs and be getting another game. Patrick Mahomes out first quarter, concussion. Here come I think it's Wentz as they back up or something. You know what I mean? Now you got a chance. You win that game. Now you're going to the next round. And so when I think of that, I think of playoffs, and I say they have, because the object is to get to the playoffs. Because once you get to the playoffs, now basically everybody is kind of equal, because everybody got to win one game. Every playoff weekend, every time two teams go, you can win one game. I mean, look at the Chiefs, how they got to the Super Bowl. They got the Super Bowl off one-score games, being one good player better than their opponents, until they finally hit, the Eagles, and the Eagles was very well prepared, and that's just what it is. But like I said, injuries can happen, people can wear down, and people have a bad game. And those stats that
I didn't hear you. I don't mean you saying yes or no?
Yeah, I'm saying yes because I see it as making the playoffs.
Okay.
Because if you can make the playoffs, now you kind of level the field, because it's any given Sunday. It's any given Sunday. Like I said, you can go up to the Chiefs in the first round and Pat Mahomes go out first quarter with a concussion. Now you playing against that backup. Now that's, you know what I mean? It's kind of how it's one bad game, one bad Sunday for your opponents push you one game closer to actually winning that trophy, or actually being there, or actually getting to it, or even with just like the Patriots and the Falcons Super Bowl, where it looked like, oh man, this team is steamrolling us. They're just a better team. But you still got 2 points to come back and win by 1 score. You're a field goal away. That's what makes the Vinatieri's and the like all these kickers so important to kick that 55-yard at the end, and that's these overtime games. If you could be just good enough to get to the playoffs, then you can kind of everybody's worn down, everybody has their injuries, and you could kind of plan for just this one day. We don't have to worry about the back-to-back or short week or you know what I mean, flying to London or all these other kind of things that happen during the regular season once you get to the playoffs. Once you get to that playoff contention, I think that's success constantly. That's why Mike Tomlin still got a job because he missed the 500 and he still missed the playoffs. Like a lot of these coaches got jobs because they still kind of in the playoffs all the time. And they still have that chance.
You got to get into the dance. You never know who you're going to leave with. Get into the dance. Yeah. Just like March Madness. The Cinderella stories. You get into that dance, and you don't know what's gonna happen. I'm interested.
You could be in the Final Four.
You say yes. I say no. Ronnie, what you got?
The question is, did the Bears do enough in the offseason or through the draft or whatever to take that next step, basically? And I guess the word would be compete that they said, like define compete, I guess.
I mean, however you want to do it, me and Wes
it could be in games, getting 500, making the playoffs, contending for a title. But I would say if it's going to be contend for a title, I don't think we did enough to do that. But I do think we did enough to get in the playoffs. And just like Chef Wes said, you get in the playoffs, anything can happen. Unforeseeable circumstances happen all the time. You can have a bad day. You can have an off night, one missed assignment. Anything can cost you a game when the stakes are that high, especially injuries.
Double doink, people. Remember, we've been on the receiving end of this factor so many times.
For sure. Definitely.
Anything can happen when you get in there. No, I agree with both of y'all. And like I said, this question was going, it was, appreciate the question for sure. But I mean, we could interpret the way we want to interpret it. And if you want to say getting into the playoffs, did they do it? I think they did enough to get into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Hopefully. I don't know. I don't know. I'm very skeptical about like getting into the playoffs. I think like we had a better chance. See, I don't even want to say that. I just feel like, remember that year, Nagy's last year when we got into the playoffs and we were 8-9 or 8-8 or something like that. Like that's gonna have to happen. Not that record, but maybe we got 10 wins, 10-7.
Right.
And there's somebody else got 10-7, but we got the
tiebreaker.
Yeah, we got the tiebreaker. And we get in, something like that. I don't think we running away with a playoff spot. But like I said, it's all contingent on that quarterback. And that kind of somebody asked us, are we putting too much pressure on him? I mean, I wouldn't say so, because as a quarterback in the NFL in 2025, you know what you're signing up for.
Yeah.
So there ain't no pressure. You should, so okay.
Yeah, and if it's week to week, I think they did enough to get, I mean, we on here talking about it. So if they talking week to week, I think I think we did enough to compete week to week, week in and week out with our staff.
Sure.
And yeah, sure. And like, a lot of people can Swiss cheese it and nitpick about upgrading running backs and did we address the safety and what Dio gonna do and all these other kind of things. We'll see. But I think we made a lot of moves in order to try to say they was doing it. It might have been not what we all would have did individually at certain times in certain spots, but
right.
I think they put some money out there. They went and got they addressed a lot of key things with the best intentions as far as what we really lacked last year, and that was coaching.
They put us in a very good position to address this year.
Yeah.
See what happens.
They definitely did a lot. Okay. Hang on a second. Hang on 1 second. We got one more question to go. Actually, I'll read the question
All right.
and we could deliberate. But I gotta fix this because I just broke something real quick. Yeah. The question is, if it doesn't work with, let me make sure I read this correctly. If it doesn't work with, okay, this is from Bears Den Podcast from Twitter. Bears Den Podcast from Twitter. If it doesn't work out with Ben and Caleb, what is next for the Chicago Bears? Now, this is a loaded question, but I think we can simplify it. I think we can definitely get a simplified answer. If it doesn't work out with Ben and Caleb, what is next for the Chicago Bears? And I think if like it's pretty self-explanatory, right? You're
rebuild.
I mean, you look.
I mean, right?
You firing and you taking a quarterback as high as the next pick you got.
Yeah, no quarterback and no head coach. That's a rebuild.
Yeah, it's a rebuild. It's gonna be a rebuild. It's gonna
absolute rebuild.
And when I mean rebuild, and I know Mark just left, so I can say this right now. I mean rebuild everybody. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean Kevin Warren might be the only one that's still on the original after that.
At that point,
Poe's gotta go. Yeah, Poe's gotta go. A lot of the staff gotta go. Trade away, try to get something for Caleb, maybe get a half pick. Hopefully,
they're gonna repaint the offices and everything.
Yeah, you gotta. I don't know, man. Sell more than a partial piece of the team. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's hard. It's hard to say. It's a long way, and right, Bertrand, it's 3 years away to answer that question. So it's kind of hard to say and to see what you mean by don't work with Ben Johnson and Caleb. Is it Ben Johnson that don't look like it's working, or is it Caleb that you just need to go get another quarterback? Or if it's Ben Johnson just not head coach material, and then I just got to get another head coach, but then keeping Caleb on his third head coach. It's kind of it's both of them. It's hard to say where you go next, not knowing all the facts.
Right,
but it's a trigonometry question. It's
just the fact that they threw both names out there to me implies that they're both a problem. And they both got to. So if it's the case, then yeah, it's no head coach, no generational quarterback. It's over with.
And then no GM. He put this.
Yeah, they're all like you said. They're all going to get canned all the way up.
Just bring in a long
and then
line of you.
Yeah. Wow, I don't even want to think about that, to be honest, because we're in a place right now that's so different than that. I'm looking forward to what we're at right now.
Yeah, and then on top of that, it's hard. But it don't usually go down like that. It's more of a cascading down kind of thing where it's like, okay, 2 years from now, maybe because, maybe they extend, like all these other kind of things because who's working, who's not working, if they both not working. And like I said, that's when everybody besides Kevin Warren got to go.
Yeah.
So.
I think y'all fellas kind of like, cause that's why I saved it for last, because it's such a type of question. What I appreciate Bears Den Podcast asking the question. Very, very. We're not even there. We're not even close. I think you're giving these dudes Caleb and Ben. First of all, you're giving Caleb at least year 4, and you got the 5th year rookie option. You're giving them at least that. And then Ben, you're paying him $13 million. I'm sure you gave him $13 million for 4 years. We don't know what the contract is. I think the person who'll be on the chopping block first is Ryan Poles. Honestly, I think he'll become up first for Ryan Poles, just because they just got here, and that's who else? Who else would it be? So,
yeah, I mean that's kind of, I don't know if you was listening, but that's kind of what we was just saying. It's like if the question is meant for both of them just not being good enough, or like Ben Johnson's not a good enough head coach, or Caleb not. The only person stays, like I said you want here, so I'm gonna say it. Everybody got to go, except maybe Kevin Warren probably only want to keep his job. Everybody else below him, that's it. Just line up the U-Hauls and the Mayflower trucks and
put the for sale sign in the yard.
No, yeah, absolutely, and but there's a pecking order to this. You know what I mean? There's always an order. Just like Flus went, just like Shane went before Flus, and then Flus went, and then like I said, next is going to have to be Ryan Poles because he was a part of, and he's just next in that whole thing. But that question was very interesting from Bears Den. We can wrap this up. It's definitely getting late. It's definitely getting very late, and we definitely need to wrap this up. But I do want to do one more, not a question, but it's going back to our because I got this sent to me. Somebody sent this to me while we were on air. So let's do this one last one, then we'll wrap this up. We'll wrap the podcast up. It's another excited, hesitant, and worried.
Ooh.
One more. Yeah, there's another one of those. And this is from Bear Down Cuz. Excited, hesitant, worried. Ozzy Trapillo, Jaquan Brisker, DeAndre Swift. Ozzy Trapillo, Jaquan Brisker, and DeAndre Swift. Excited, hesitant, and worried. I personally, I'll kick this one off. Hold on, let me do that because they're going crazy. TP Way, I need you guys on the channel for sure. Look, reach out to any one of us on our handles. The Black Bear Podcast. You can find us on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. And then these guys got their own Twitter handles, which you can see if I take that comment down and the banner down. But you'll be able to see it. Just reach out to us. We can find us on Facebook and Twitter as well. Chef West, myself, and then OG Ronnie B down there. So if I'm going Ozzy, gotta look at it again. Ozzy, Brisker, and Swift. I'm gonna go worried. For my worried will be okay. This is gonna be but it's not gonna be popular at all. This is not gonna be. My worried is Ozzy. My worried is Ozzy, and I think I'm going against the grain with that one. But my worried is Ozzy. I seen the film. I seen the tape. I don't care about what nobody say that they seen him in OTAs. I seen him in pads against dudes that's probably not in the league right now, and he's solid. He's consistent, but I don't see the aggression. I don't see it from him. He's massive. He's big. Hopefully, he gains some muscle and he can manhandle dudes, but I don't see it, and that's just what I see. So my worried is Ozzy Trapillo. And it's literally based off aggression. I don't see the pop. I don't see the boom. I don't see it when you blocking. And then look, hey, TP Way, go hit that like button for us and subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast. I'm your host, Mark Robb, with my co-host in the building, Chef West to the right of me, OG Ronnie B at the bottom of your screen. Ozzy is my worried. Like the technique, he's very solid, very sound. He's 6'8", so he's gonna have to get some bend. Consistent. I seen consistent. I don't want to say soft, but Wes and Ronnie, like if you ain't no hitter, you almost soft. I don't want to go soft with him yet because I don't see soft from him, but he definitely is not. He's definitely not a dog. In my opinion, that's just from what I've seen. So my hesitant is going to be DeAndre Swift. Hesitant. I'm hesitant there just because we seen what he was doing. We seen him missing He's a little dude. He gets shoestring tackled. He don't break too many. Obviously, he's gonna have some highlight plays, which he did. But I mean, I was actually just watching. So me and my lady been watching like a game a day, a different game every day from the season. We didn't get through all of them, but it's the condensed version where you just go play for play on NFL Plus. And I'm just looking at Swift and I'm like, dude, he doesn't break tackles. He just doesn't. I'm hesitant there. He's not. That's not what he does, and I'm not gonna ask him to do that. Hopefully, he can be a home run hitter. So I'm hesitant there. And then the last guy, Brisker. Oh yeah, I can't wait for Brisker to be back. A lot of people worried about his health. A lot of people wrote him off for his health but that ain't got nothing to do with me. That has nothing to do with me. I know how he plays, and I know how he gonna play. Now, whether he come up with the concussion or not, this and that and the third, that's on him. He knows what he signed up for. He even said his family encouraged him to get back into it. He done took all the precautions. He knows what this risk is. I don't care about the concussions. Everybody want to, concussion history. Why do you care? That has nothing to do with you. Let that man live his life. Let him make millions for his family. I am excited to get that kid back on the field and see what he's able to do for this defense at that strong safety spot. Now, Elijah Hicks and I think Blackwell play a little bit of safety, or was he free? Was he played a lot of DB for us? Yeah. How about that? They were fine. They were fine in his absence. But I'm excited to get that heavy hitting, ball hawking. Remember that one hand pick he caught back there on Mac Jones and the Patriots just on that in the 3-year season. Or not 3-year, but 3-win season. Excited to get that back. That's what I'm excited for. I want to see Jaquan Brisker back out there, but I'm going with Jaquan Brisker. Excited, hesitant DeAndre Swift, worried Ozzy Trapillo. Come on, fellas, take it away.
I'm just trying. I thought. Oh, I'll go because we can't hear you either. Because you muted. Ronnie, you muted. But I'm gonna go. My worried. I'm worried about Brisker. I'm worried about Brisker in the sense because we really didn't address that safety kind of how we could have went and focused on that a little bit more. The concussions do bother me, simply because yes, you did the precautions and all that, but this is a different kind of injury. This is not one of those injuries that you can play on. You know, lineman can break a wrist and put a club on and still go out there and play. You can get your ankles taped if the injury's not that bad. I mean, nothing's torn. This is not like a soft tissue thing. You know, like something. This is an injury that could literally change your way of viewing the world and taking in information, and you don't even know it. It could cause
what they got to do with what they got.
Now
I'm not saying the scaredness. Where you scared from?
I'm scared
at.
I'm saying he could be
worried about his well-being.
Him, his aggression, all that you said you want back. If he comes back 40% of that because he's taking the precautions that you said him and his family talked about, or something like that, that's what I'm worried about. If he comes out and he's like, "Hey, look, concussions happens. If I get another one, I get another one. I'm gonna still be the same Jaquan I've always been."
That's what he said.
Yeah, it's his preseason, but I'm still worried. Still worried that first headache, that first bang,
and then he's gonna be sitting down.
And you know what I'm saying? So I'm worried. Or he can go, but he don't want to go. Kind of thing. I'm hesitant on Ozzy in the sense of I'm hesitant in the fact, like you said, like I want to see him make Mark Robb eat his words in a way. I want to see him throw some people around because he has the size, he has the power. I want to see that aggression, and maybe we'll see it when he in pass. Maybe we'll see that end game. Maybe we'll see it at the next level where he's like, these ain't kids I'm talking around. These ain't algebra, mathematics majors, and people who ain't gonna play football. They don't need all of this. After this, they gonna go out and go to the Mayo Clinic or go work at the Oval Office or something. So, but now I'm going up against, like you said, dogs and other barbarians and Vikings. So now I need to tap into that huge aggression. If he could do that, that's what I'm hesitant. And I'm excited.
This is the shocker
Swift.
for me.
I'm excited about Swift in the sense of we know what you can do. We know you have it, everything. We know you have all those things. Now the team around you is a lot better, and you can be better. You have a quarterback that can. You have other weapons around. You have other distractions. You should be better. You should be ready to start breaking tackles and stop just going down. And I think a lot, like I said, you saw a lot of games. What I saw later on is a lot of just falling down. In a sense, for me, I was sad about it in a way, but kind of maybe I tricked myself into thinking that's the only running back we have. We don't have Herbert no more. We traded him. We don't have Roshan. He's out there with the garden cap on right now. We don't have the Ian Willer because he has torn ACL. We don't have Velus Jones because we waived them and dropped them down. The next best thing is Homer. So it's kind of like we had one running back for almost 2 months. And if he went down, it would have been worse. Now I want to see, like you said about Isaiah, like I just said, I want to see that aggressive. I want to see you stiff arming and trying to bounce off people. I want to see you hitting those holes hard. I'm excited to see what kind of motivation this revamped offense, this Eric Bieniemy, this Ben Johnson is going to instill in him to be a better, more exciting, talented running back.
That was good, Wes. That was good. That was good. That was good.
You doing good? What?
I ain't gonna lie, that was good. I do that. Look, and Ronnie, when you go, I'm probably gonna have some. If it ain't lined up with mine, probably gonna have some issues too. We're gonna poke some holes before we get up out of here. We gonna let's deliberate a little bit. No, I disagree, Wes. I don't see how you could be excited about somebody who's on a second contract who we've seen already with the Lions and we've seen with the Eagles, who got the best offensive line, one of the best in the league, and we've seen the same thing. I don't know how better our offensive line can get that's gonna show better than the Eagles, I should say. That's gonna show us. Now, he was 1,000-yard rusher with the Eagles. I liked him more with the Lions when he was a rookie, on his rookie, not as a rookie, but on his rookie deal with the Lions. Remember, I said earlier in the show, I really liked DeAndre Swift with the Lions. I did. He got the injuries. He went to Philly. I've been underwhelmed ever since. And I don't know if he'll ever going to be able to get that back. I don't know what the Bears offensive line or Ben Johnson, what more they can do for him to bring that back out of him. Now we got to remember, Ben Johnson was there when he got traded. I just don't think hesitant there for me. And I understand it. It's just like, Ben Johnson here, new offensive line. Maybe they should get going. But with Swift particularly, Roshan Johnson didn't get to play with the Eagles. Kyle Monangai didn't play with the Eagles. Caleb Williams didn't play with the Eagles O-line. That man did. And that's my thing. We've seen it. I've seen it. Jim McMahon. Razzle Dazzle. So Razzle Dazzle in here, he's probably looking at he's behind, he watching behind. Appreciate him being in the chat though, for sure. But that's the whole spoke. So Wes, go ahead. I know I jumped in there. Go ahead and go through your worried, hesitant, and excited just one more time.
Oh, so my worried is going to be Brisker. Hesitant was Ozzie, and excited about Swift.
Ronnie.
Okay.
Do you got anything to say about me or Wes's? Because I went Ozzie worried, I went hesitant, Swift, and then I went excited Brisker. So
I didn't agree with you, Mark, but I did agree exactly with Wes. My worry is Brisker, because he's a dog. He's like the headhunter out there. He's the intimidator, the forcer, out there. So if he can't play his game, or if he's affected to not want to play his game, he's not going to be as effective, as what we're expecting him to be. But hopefully that's not an issue because he is a dog and he's a hell of a player. Hopefully he comes back. But I do have worries and concerns for sure because of the concussion protocol and whatnot that he went through. For my hesitant, I would have to say Ozzie. And the reason, obviously, he's a rookie. And if he's getting pushed around a little bit without pads, I mean, with pads, just pads or whatever, explosiveness isn't something you can teach. You either have that or you don't have that. Absolutely. So if you're not jumping off the line like that, maybe you're not trying enough. You're not digging deep enough within yourself to be an NFL player because you're going to have to do that. You're going to have to step up. And obviously the player I'm excited about would be Swift. And I feel like Swift is another player that, just like Caleb, I think the line and the coaching staff failed him. So we didn't really get to see the Swift that we might have seen. He's not going to absorb contact. He's not going to run north and south. He's not that guy. You need to hit him off the flats, run some misdirection, some end arounds, whatever, some sweeps. He can't. If anybody sneezes around him, he's going down. So they have to do some trick plays, whatever. You just can't run him and absorb contact. He's not that guy. He's not big enough of a back to do all that. But I am excited to see what Ben Johnson can offer him and what type of plays we can run to get him open and, to have success with that guy. He's obviously got talent, so we just need to exploit that talent and put it out there.
Wow. Bear Truth said O-linemen are at a huge disadvantage without pads, so we'll find out at camp. Absolutely. The thing is, if they're at a huge disadvantage, all I've been hearing is glorious commentary from the Bears brass about Ozzie Trapillo. So we'll see when dudes get able to actually push him and grab him and tug and pull. Right. But I just want to talk because Ozzie is whatever. We'll get to Ozzie you had Swift as well as you're excited.
Yeah.
And I just can't get behind the excitedness about somebody we've seen run behind. And I'll put it back up there. I'll put it right back up there. The Eagles' offensive line. I just can't see it. He had 1,000 yards, but I mean he was let go for a reason. And don't tell me it was because it was Saquon Barkley. They let him go, and they knew. And yeah, we're going to get Saquon. It's not like, oh, well, we don't even got to pay Saquon all that money because DeAndre Swift is fine here. You know what I mean? I don't think it was that. I just don't see it from what y'all see with. I don't know what y'all feel like the offensive line gonna be able to do, because if that's the case, are we excited about Rojo?
Sure.
I'm hesitant for the same reason of Brisker.
Okay.
For the same reason, like you said, you got to put your head down in there.
Yeah.
You might be good the first 2 weeks. We might look Rojo back. He back, and then the next few weeks of money, like, man, popping too many ibuprofen. My head ain't too good. And like I said, this is a cognitive thing. It could be like I said, you look at how many people had all those concussions, and many years later, they turned into people that they family didn't recognize and was doing things that they never. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying
that ain't got nothing to do with me.
Right, I know it ain't got nothing to do. It has something to do with Roshan and Brisket. If they feel like, hey man, I'm off today. I'm nauseous today. I'm like, I'm gonna still try to play Jordan flu game. Everybody loved Jordan for the flu because everybody that probably don't have the flu and know how hard it is to do with it.
That was fake. Come on, Wes. Don't bring up the flu game. It was fake. It was absolutely fake. But continue. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Anyway, it's in history. It's in the history books.
I bet everything Jordan did is in history.
He held his stomach.
Because he was historical. He was sick.
Everything he did is in the history books. It's Jordan. They needed to become a multi-billion-dollar industry, and they found Jordan.
He provided.
He was a plant, and they watered the shit.
Oh, there you go. I didn't want to call him a plant, but
he provided. Shit out of that plant, it grew.
He provided. He provided. He was so fruitful. He was so fruitful. All your favorite players got signature shoes.
We all got the pluck from the tree.
It's all everybody, the whole world.
Who?
People don't even know no English. Chicago favorite.
Hey, that's why I'm saying
Yeah.
Jordan ain't no bull player. He a world player. Everybody's he's everybody's gift in society.
Yeah.
He's a plant.
From here to the 96 Nebula. It's fine. But like I said, my statement was even like the flu game, it's the fact of like being sick or whatever it was, being sick or being not 100% will make what we need. It's just like when we talk about, hey, this team look good on paper, but we got to see it. They look good on paper, but we got to see it. You know.
No, absolutely.
You know what I mean? That's my hesitancy of it, in the sense of that.
Meaning, there's nobody behind Brisker, and
and like
if
I said,
he does go down,
if you go back to Jonathan Owens, which like I said, it wasn't terrible, but it surely affected the rest of the defense.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Having that drop off as well, and like I said, not having Roschon and not having Khalil Herbert and not having all that, and having that bad line, I want to see that work moved around. I want to see that work move around wherever, like we talk about that, the defensive line rotating. I want to see some rotating into those running backs too. You got that Manung guy who come in for a series and wear them down. And that way you ain't got to worry about him breaking tackles because that linebacker's so tired of chasing, getting ran over by Roschon and trying to chase and catch. Manung guy, he keep bouncing off and his face all in the dirt. He done tasted all that. Field, grass and turf in his mouth. He all frustrated and sweaty and tired. And that's when you get that swift breakout where you see.
Yeah.
Look at some of the highlights he had from last season on Jets in Washington and in Soldier Field, those tracking the ball down, doing all those other kind of things. It don't have to just be rushing. I need that production all around because he can do a lot of those things that can extend the play and keep us going in those manners. That's what I'm excited about.
Yeah.
I'm excited. That's what
okay. See, hey Wes, you on one tonight, man. You doing your thing. I don't know what Bear Truth was talking about earlier when he said you quiet. You damn sure ain't quiet. You doing your usual.
I'm just saying. Versus the field. What you gave me Briscoe, you gave me Ozzy. So.
No, you're doing your thing because you know how I feel. But some of the things you're saying is like, soften it up a little bit because yes, Brisker he's not no bum. He ain't no scrub by any means or of the word. And you're not going to get. There's only one Saquon. How about that? There's 32 teams and one Saquon. So when I use the Eagles, you get what I'm saying? So when I use that reference, it's like I'm comparing him to Saquon, and I really don't want to do that because there's only one of those dudes. But and you keep bringing up these plays. Like I told you, me and my lady was watching a game a day, and I was seeing it. Now I saw more run stuff than not, and that was not because of him. But the ones that was because of him is because of him.
Definitely.
I think we could have did better. I'm okay. I'm not excited. I'm just not excited.
Remember, Philly and Chicago was Saquon destinations before he left.
Yes, absolutely.
He's so close to being in Chicago. So
a lot of people don't know that.
I'm not gonna blame DeAndre Swift because it was in both spots. It was going either DeAndre Swift wasn't gonna have a job, or we was gonna have Saquon, or they would have renegotiated.
If they brought DeAndre Swift in here to run hard, then they made a mistake because that's not what he does. They need to figure out how to work to his strengths. He's not going to be durable. He's not a prototypical running back one. He is not that where you can hand the ball off like that all game.
Okay, so let me ask y'all.
That's why they brought Roche. That's why everybody at the time. Mark said all the time. I was so happy about Roche. He was supposed to take the brunt of it.
That 3rd and 2, that 3rd and 3. Now here he comes. That's what Roschon's for. Yeah.
Oh, you talking about with the whole Chef West was being quiet? Nah, he was a little scared earlier. We've been 3 weeks off. He's shaking the rust off.
Yeah,
I was shaking the rust off. I stuttered a couple times in the intro, this and that and third. But look, hold on. So let me ask y'all this. So by that, because I get it. I agree. I think it could work. But if that's gonna work for real, that means Rojo gonna have to be a bigger focal point.
For sure. He has to contribute majorly, for sure. Absolutely.
It has to be just like I talked about Montez Sweat and Dio. It's that kind of that complementary thing. We're not talking about Roma Doomsday 1-on-1 in the slot. That's you versus him. That's man on man. That's you versus him. You know what I mean? That's we can talk about Ozzy on the outside. That's that edge coming in. That's you and him. Because if he beats you, that's probably ending the play.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? If you're in the slot and you don't get open, that's probably a sack. Or that's your quarterback scrambling and throwing the ball away because you didn't get open. But when we talk about these runs, every run ain't equal. Every run ain't a yard. It don't work like that. It's a back and forth. It's a dance. So, but if you could win more, get more production in certain kind of ways, certain kind of schemes, I think he didn't do that well last season. And getting those positives, getting that, just take the one.
Yeah,
take the one. Fall on top of your lineman. Get lost in the pile. Put the ball in front of your chin a little bit and get the half a yard instead of
I hate wrapping it up.
Our offense did that a lot, even the quarterback, to take what they give you and move it along.
Bingo. And in the offseason before rookie Caleb's first game, that's what I said. I want to see 3-step, 5-step drop. Boom, 5 yards from Caleb. 6 yards. I wanted to see that before I wanted to see anything else. But look, we got people in the chat. We got some people in here. Hit that like button for us. The Black Bear Podcast. One word, no spaces. You can find us on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Preferably go to YouTube and give us a subscription or subscribe to the channel. And, help us grow the channel, man. Help us get an outreach. But you can find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. I'm your host, Mark Rob, with my co-host in the building, Chef West to the right of me, and OG Ronnie B at the bottom. So I gave y'all a few of those excited, hesitant, worried. We're going to get up out of here. But before we do that, did anything come to mind? Like, did y'all got an excited, hesitant, worried that maybe 3 players y'all would like to put out there that we should do? Is there one y'all was thinking about as we did 3 of them? I know y'all on the spot. I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, I know my worried hit. That was Dio. I know that was my most worried. We brought him up already. I think he's the one that worries me the most of it.
But like, do you got like 3 players that you want us to do? Like, you know what I mean? You got your own scenario that maybe we should talk about. Maybe Ronnie B, you got 3 players you want to give maybe Caleb,
I haven't thought about it,
whatever.
I can definitely give us a thought. Yeah, for sure. I admit that's awesome, bro. I love that one.
I can do 3. I can do 3 that I think would be a good one.
3 names. Shoot them out there.
I'm gonna throw them out there. Let's go. Cole Kmet.
Okay. Ooh.
Tyreek Stevenson.
Oh.
Tremaine at.
Oh man.
Jugular.
Hey. so you got Cole.
You on point tonight.
Tyreek, you got 3 other, and I like this. It came just like that. You got 3 of some of the most ridiculed. If you add Caleb in there, it'll be the most ridiculed players on the team. Then DJ comes after those 4. But Cole been in trade talks. Everybody think he's gonna get traded. Stevenson, obviously, Hail Mary and everything else he got going with him. And then who's your last one?
Tremaine Edmonds.
He did Tremaine. Overpaid. Mr. Overpaid. I think that's on this fucking helmet. Mr. Overpaid. Oh, wow. Okay, so hesitant or worried, hesitant, excited.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'm gonna put some up. I think I got it. We'll see.
I'll go first, Ronnie B. Let you think on it a little bit. Wes, let you. Okay, so with those 3 names, and if I forget a name, Wes just remind me, or Ronnie remind me. Worried for me would be. So it was Tremaine,
Stevenson,
Kmet. And Kmet. Holy shit! So let me see who I'm excited about then. Okay, I'm gonna go. Okay, I'm gonna go excited about Tremaine. You know, I played linebacker. I didn't talk about it all the time. I played linebacker. That was my primary position. Obviously, I played a few other positions too, but linebacker is the way I see the field. I'm not saying I was all pro or none of that crazy ass shit, but I played a shit ton of snaps at that position. He is your prototypical middle linebacker. His size is amazing. I could only dream of having that type of size playing middle linebacker. Look at that. Look at my baby coming through. She reading my mind while I'm talking. I'm excited to see what Tremaine gonna do in Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen's defense. Overpaid for fucking sure. Absolutely. But hopefully it's a change. Just like everybody talking about moving Javon Dexter from 3 technique because he's not a 3 tech and he's a 1 tech. That's fine. Well, hopefully Tremaine Edmonds can utilize his potential at that middle linebacker spot like Brian Urlacher. Not like Brian Urlacher for real, but in some way, shape, or form. I'm excited about him. Hesitant, Stevenson. The dude is talented. The dude got skills. He was drafted for a reason. In the second round, he ain't no punk. He get targeted a shit ton, and he needs to get better. This is year 3 for Stevenson, right, fellas? Am I right? Mm-hmm. This okay? So, come on now. I need to see it. It's a lot of. I need to see it on this team. It's a lot of. Hey, Wes and Ronnie, I might start a segment. I need to see it because I need to see it for a lot of these dudes. It's a lot of dudes I need to see it, or are they gonna go in that Javon Dexter, Braxton Jones pile? Tyreek, I need to see it. But that's my hesitant. And then my worried is just like she said, Kmet. I'm worried about Kmet. $50 million player. I don't care how you slice it, no matter how much you like Cole Kmet. You don't draft that man 10th overall if you have what you have in Cole Kmet. I don't know how much to slice it. We can all love Cole Kmet all we want. But if Cole Kmet was Brock Bowers, if he was even Travis Kelce, or you name all the other tight ends that's in the league, you're not taking a tight end top 10. I'm sorry. Wow, he's on a $50 million contract. It's not going to happen. It absolutely is not going to happen. And I know you love Cole Kmet, but sorry to say, if he is anything worth his fucking weight in gold, and I should say cash, $50 million, you're not taking him. You can say, oh, we got a tight end. We can get another dude there like we've been trying. And you're going to use that 10th pick on somebody else. But they don't feel like they have what they want, and they took him there. And give it 3 years. Give it 2 to 3 years. We'll see if Cole Kmet's still on this team. I didn't do it. I didn't draft Colston Loveland. If Colston Loveland didn't get drafted on this team with the top 10 pick, guess what? I'd be like, Cole Kmet, rah. But guess what happened? Cole Kmet there's a tight end that got drafted a whole round above Cole Kmet. So that's my worry, Cole Kmet. So I got excited is Tremaine, hesitant is Stevenson, and then worried is Cole Kmet. Now, if anybody, whoever going next, if you want to poke holes before you go ahead, poke holes. If not, just go ahead and give your little you dig. Don't be scared, fellas. I know it's hard to follow Mark Robb, man. It's hard to follow.
Nah, I posed the question, so I feel like I should go last.
Oh, okay, I'll go next. I'm the same with the excited player as you, Mark, because I feel like Edmonds is he's a quintessential middle linebacker. He's got the perfect frame, the size, the build. He is He might be overpaid, but we're paying him to hopefully turn into the linebacker that we want him to be because of his build. The hesitancy, I have to go with Komet on the hesitancy, the player I'm hesitant about, because, like you said, we drafted at number 10 a blue chipper. It's like, how did that make him feel when we did that? When he was
and you can lie all you want to the people, Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson. You did it. We're not dumb. Let's not be dumb. Let's not be those type of Bears fans.
Right. There was obviously somebody saw something in Cole Kmet that made them want to go after Loveland. So, I mean, that's obvious. That's a known factor. So that makes me hesitant about Cole Kmet. Hopefully his mind is in the right place and his work ethic as well, and he can pull through this and they can work together. Hopefully that's the optimism side of it. The worried part is it's got to be Stevenson, only because of what he showed last year. I know he's super talented. I like the guy a lot.
Absolutely.
If he was not in the corner of the end zone taunting fans, we would not be talking about this. Him being any type of negativity surrounding him. It was the fact that he did that during the game that costed us so much that I feel like that. But I think he can rebound. I'm just a little worried about him. He's a young guy. He just needs to get his shit together. He'll be all right. I'm done, Wes, if you want to go.
All right. So I'm worried about Tariq Stevenson. Tariq Stevenson plays a position where your mental capacity is your biggest attribute. It's known. It's your knowledge. Just what you're thinking. That same thing when you were talking about him jarring off with the crowd and all that. You ain't doing that. You ain't paying attention. To be a good corner, you gotta be locked in. That's why they call them lockdown corners. You have to be locked in. If the door is slightly ajar, it's open for the taking. So yes, I'm worried. And it's a bunch of young, talented cornerbacks that can come in because they don't gotta be you got JJ already. We're not asking you to come be number one. Hey, Wes, you want to come be a solid number two? I'll be press coverage. I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even talk. I barely talk to my teammates. What we running? We a palm? What we in? I'm gonna cover two. What area I'm supposed to be covering? Where the ball going? What's the stripe? Where's the emblem on the quarterback? If I can see the emblem on the quarterback helmet, that means he's looking off away from me. If I can see his face mask, that means he's looking towards me. I am focused mainly on let nothing come over here. Look at all the great cornerbacks. What's their downfall? They get paid a lot of money and they lose focus. And they start getting ate alive. So I'm most worried about Stevenson. I like Frazier. It's a lot of guys that can come up in. You go get some. Look at what the Packers did to Alexander. Yeah, okay, you want to be worried about that? We can do without. And I'm hesitant on Tremaine because of what y'all said. He has all the traits. I need the production. You can't have this guy that's getting paid Walmart gift cards over here leading you in tackles and deflection and out there blowing up the gap and getting tackles for loss. And TJ Edmonds is out there, got him looking like he's the off-brand. Yeah. And he's supposed, you got somebody out there getting paid way less than you that's looking like, man, you want to talk about somebody who might not be here because somebody got this guy right here. He's probably going to end up being cheap. He's still cheaper and better. And hey, look, you might have to pay him less than you. Everybody talks about work. If I'm committed, I won't worry about somebody who ain't did nothing just yet. Okay, you put me on notice. Cool, fine. But I'm 51 for 55 on targets and catches, 475 yards and 4 touchdowns, and I blocked and I long snap and I did everything else y'all asked me to do. So if you want to take, if you want to take some stuff off my plate and want me to help focus on blocking and making sure that people get open, you want to. It's a spot for me on this team as a Cole Kmet, not too much as a Tremaine Edmonds, because we can move off. We're gonna get somebody else that's probably gonna be cheaper that can do what you're doing. Loveland ain't did what Cole Kmet has done so far. I mean, I could go down. I just looked at his stats over the years. I mean, he got as a tight end, 750-yard season last year. The year before that, I think it's 675. The year before that, 617.
You talking about Loveland?
7 touchdowns. I'm talking about Cole Kmet. 7 touchdowns 2 years ago. 6 touchdowns last year. 4 this year. And that was with not being targeted and all that. So I'm excited at the fact that
Barely dropped the pass.
Cole Kmet barely dropped the pass. Now Cole Kmet can't actually focus on, is he going to be blocked? I can really focus more on blocking because I know my quarterback has targets that he can get to besides me.
No, just go through your list one more time. Go through your start from excited.
Excited is Cole Kmet.
And then
let's
go through all three.
Tremaine is. I'm hesitant about Tremaine, and I'm worried about Stevenson.
Okay. Hesitant. Like so you go Cole, Tremaine, Stevenson was your word.
Stevenson. Yeah.
Okay. Y'all both had Stevenson worried, right?
Right.
Okay. Keep going, Wes.
No, and on top of that, I could go back down from what I was just saying. Worried because Stevenson, your position is a position that will more than likely kill this team versus everybody else on this list. Tremaine can hide behind TJ. Cole can hide behind, he didn't hit me, or I'm just blocking. I'm helping the tackles. I wasn't on that catch play. I was long snapping that day. Like, he can have it with Stevenson's. I'm most worried because, dude, you're going to get targeted. They're going to throw the ball in your direction. It's going to happen. It's not even a whatever. Like I said, with Tremaine, it's not a if I'm a get off the block and or beat the gap or get down in there. Because guess what? Somebody that's doing that for you anyway. You got to help them. With Cole Kmet, like I said, he catches the ball when you throw the ball to him. Should he be focused on blocking? Yeah. Now he got somebody that don't catch the ball while he blocks. It's a plus for me. I don't see him just out the door right away. And especially when you look at who your head coach is and his prime objective is 12 personnel. Who you think? Right. You think Smythe is going to be number 2? You think Colston? What's his name? Just put a Colston, Stephen Colston, Durham Smythe. You think these is another guy? I forgot. I think he's just there in training camp right now. Everybody talking about. I heard Clay talking about like he's looking good. Joe Wilson and all that. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's looking good. Yeah, they can look good, but as they proven, when you get out there,
yeah. Same thing with those rookies. All the rookies that's coming in.
All the rookies coming in,
especially Ozzie.
Now, if you want to say, well, he won't be here in like 2 or 3 years, maybe not. Maybe get too expensive and we can move off of him.
Who is that?
Kmet
ain't getting more. I don't think he getting another $50 million contract. I don't think it's happening. You think he getting 50 again?
I said not with us.
I don't think with nobody.
I don't know what anybody else will do, but if we have Loveland at number 10, why would we give another tight end that kind of money? There's no way.
Because you don't know what Loveland is at number 10 yet.
Not yet, but
that's why I said in this next season, I will be more worried after I see what Loveland is doing.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Did you know what Darnell Wright was at number 10?
I mean, no. Well, yeah, kind of, sort of, but no.
Okay. Did you know what Rome was at number 9?
Yes. Actually,
and you don't know what Loveland is at number 10?
Because we ain't seen. I mean, we know he could be, but like you said, with the injury, with all that kind of stuff, it's a possibility that Loveland is not who you think he's going to be. You know what I mean? So, it's all these other kind of things.
No, I definitely get it. And like I said, you've been cooking tonight, and that's why, like, when we just talk football for real, you can just talk football and generate questions. You just talk, and then you ain't even gotta, whatever we have.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. But a lot of people is.
What does Rome do? What is Rome's? And then Ronnie, you can jump in on this too. What is Rome Odunze's specialty?
Bread and butter.
Everything.
What is his bread and butter?
He runs every route at a 90 to 95% success rate. It's not a bad route. There's no route he can't run.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. It's all about the route running.
There's no catch he can't make. He could catch the. It's nothing that he can't do. Like when you look at Loveland, it's like, is he really gonna be a blocker?
No. I want to focus on Rome.
We can focus on him. I love.
What does Rome do special? Like, what is he magnificent at? Like, what is his thing?
Route running.
So Rome gets open most of the time on his routes, not speed, not athleticism, not strength, none of that. He is modern day Larry Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I said shorter version.
He got thrown 100 passes
and
only caught half of them. What was the issue there?
Caleb overthrew him 29 times. No, it was 22 times.
How accurate were the passes?
He overthrew him 22 times.
Okay, what about the other times?
Yeah, he a lot of them hit his hands. I think he probably dropped like 9.
Because they weren't drops. That's only 9 drops. Meaning the other ones were what? Swats.
Yeah.
Knockdowns.
Yeah. I mean, I can see you I'll send you the 17-minute Rome route running video.
I don't need to see it. This is what I would agree with Bear Truth. No, seriously, tracking ability. You sent me before the draft, Wes, during the draft, his contested catching. You didn't send me nothing about his route running. You sent me catches.
That's how I sent you the whole route tree.
But those weren't routes. Those were completions on those routes.
Percentages.
Yes. Yeah. Meaning, even if he was covered, he still caught the ball. That's what he does, right? Roma Dunze he got thrown 100 passes and only caught half. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the
you remember the picture, right? Are we on the same? Yeah. Are we on the same page?
Yeah,
I remember the routes. All of the routes, everything was like 90 and above, right? They weren't just those were not just routes he ran and won. Those were routes he ran and caught the ball on contested catches. You remember that, right?
And those are all catchable. I'll send you the graph. They say these are all catchable passes. Not he was running downfield, triple covered, and they threw the ball 15 yards past him in the end zone, which they consider a target.
No, Caleb overthrew him sometimes. He did. But it ain't even overthrown. Those are throwaways. A lot of they gonna put half of those are just like, yeah, you think he had a step, but Caleb just threw the ball away.
That's for me. What you saying is that the reason Caleb had 60 sacks was Caleb. It was all Caleb's fault.
Okay, hold on.
You see what I'm saying? That's how I'm feeling.
No. Caleb is going to be. Look, Bears fans might need to grasp this, that Caleb will be a quarterback that takes sacks. Let's get that out. Let's get that out there. That's Bears fans. Yeah. Bears fans need to just get that under their belt. Caleb will be a guy that takes sacks. How about that? Like that's the type of guy he is.
Yeah.
That does not mean he can't be outstanding. But what I'm talking about is Rome. 100 passes. Half of them caught. That's all I'm saying.
So you don't think his route running and his tracking ability puts his quarterback in a better position to make a play on the ball for himself?
I know. I saw early in the season, and I think we all saw early in the season. Caleb threw him a jump ball on the left side of this was early, and it was a fight for the ball, and it turned out to be an interception. And I think
I remember
that was one of Caleb's 6. You think he wanted? Remember, hold on. Another one of Caleb's 6 interceptions was at the end of the season when he just threw that up to Keenan Allen, and he didn't even go for it. Yeah, at the end of the game. I know y'all remember that one, right? So you take those 2 away. He threw 4. Let's just say he threw 4 interceptions. You get what I'm saying, right? With your quarterback, the type of quarterback you have, he's not like if you don't gain his trust, you're not going to get that ball. Look, I'm talking about Roma Dunze because I asked you about the number 1 overall picks that you say you ain't seen it yet, right? You say you ain't seen it yet. We ain't seen it yet from Rome either. That's all I'm saying. You
gotta look 3, so I mean, you're not gonna.
You gotta switch.
Yeah.
You could talk a little bit. I can't hear you, but
oh no, oh yeah, no. I thought Ronnie was gonna jump on that.
Go ahead.
No, I mean Bear Pooch put it up there right there. Rome saw it too. He said it in his press conference. They said, "What you doing?" He said, "I'm working on my body strength, my hand strength, my grip strength." Because I knew some of those balls that I went up and I kind of had that I had to fight for. I should have pulled them in. I should have brought them down. Because that's what I do. I'm on the next level. Because this is I'm complete all around. We looked at all the other wide receivers. We saw where they were lacking or not exactly that good at certain things and certain stuff. And because you keep bringing up the 100, so I went and I watched all.
Because I want to know what he did. What did he do that you was like, yes, he does that. I that's all I want to know. Because we actually seen a year of his plan. We didn't see a year of Coast and Loveland, and that was your argument. We ain't seen it yet on why he can overtake Kokomet, right? That's I just want to. That's why I'm doing this whole.
And that's why I said before even Rome came out, I said Rome he got the potential to be a number one wide receiver in the NFL. He's not even going to be the number two. We said this last out. He's not going to be number two because Keenan Allen is the veteran and DJ Moore is the workhorse. So more than likely, he's going to have to work his way into being that third wide receiver, that guy who has to work for a lot of his stuff. And if you go look back at it, a lot of the catches and passes that he worked for him, he went for him. And trust and Caleb I guarantee Caleb got way more trust than Roma doing than probably any other wide receiver on this team.
He has been connecting more with the players, like with DJ Moore too, since they started.
I know. They built their relationship.
They're building.
The Rome relationship was solid.
From
the jump, he wanted Rome to get those. He wanted him to get that.
You can see that at the draft.
You seen it at the draft. You seen it early in the season. He tried to throw like 3 touchdowns to Rome when he was like double team. It's like, why would you try to throw that to him?
Even the preseason game where he threw that on the sideline, he just threw it up kind of, and it just landed. It was beautiful. I think it was against the Bengals he did that pass. It was nice.
Look, I'm not trying to diminish Rome by any means. I saw a lot of plays when I watched the film on each game by game. And Rome, and let's talk about his route running. That Rome wide open. He got open. Caleb didn't go his way. He just didn't go his way. Like it was times where I saw, and I ain't gonna say I'm the biggest Caleb fan, but I'm huge Caleb advocate.
Oh,
yeah. Caleb either missed him. When I say miss, I mean the pass resulted in an incompletion or some negative play or whatever, or sack. Or he hit somebody else. It was a lot of that going on.
I think he lacked confidence last year a little bit in certain situations. He didn't want to do it. He was afraid to take the risk because of all the negativity surrounding him, and he didn't want to hear the noise. And he wanted to stay positive, and he was just trying to make the right play. What he thought, and the coaching just wasn't there for the direction. He just didn't have it. This is going to be a totally different year with Caleb.
And I won't say totally because I don't need to see totally different year. I really don't need to see that.
They'll stay on the same plane, but just improve.
Absolutely. And we could talk about improvements, but like Wes, to your point, or not to your point, but you remember during those games, we're in the group chat, you would send Caleb needs to settle the fuck down. You remember sending those texts those first halves of those games, and I'm kind of going against myself here, but this is football talk. We can talk football. There were those early ones, those early passes, early throws, absolutely were erratic, very erratic all over the place.
Yeah.
When you talk about clutch, he went to 15. He went to 15, and he went to 15 on plays where he would get hit, and it's like I was saying to myself, like, dude, 15 would love for you to give him that ball up the seam when you just checked it down to Keenan Allen, and he put a double move on his man and went up on a post route, and you You didn't trust it now, but that goes with you only got this much time, so you're not trying to look. But I don't know. I'm just saying when I ask you, just trying to make it full circle. That's all. Just trying to make it full circle. When I ask you what, because you said you didn't see, we got to see it first from Colston Loveland on why he will overtake Cole Kmet, yada yada yada, and then I asked you.
It wasn't a more overtake. It was a. I'm excited about Cole, even though everybody thinks his job is gone. But I think what he brings to this team is more than being that number one option tight end. Because Loveland should be that. He should do that. He has to do that. But we're gonna see a really well-rounded Cole Kmet who can take, like I said, take a little weight off his shirt. But we talked about, like, we should bring up Caleb, and I talked about it with Swift, and talked about it with Kevin Byard when your kind of safety net, when your opposite kind of is not there with Montez Swift, when that opposite side ain't giving you no help on that opposite side of that defensive line, it's gonna be harder for you. You know what I'm saying? If you playing linebacker and no outside linebackers ain't getting it, they getting more in your way than actually helping you make a better play, that's gonna hurt. Now Cole Kmet don't have to do all of those things in a system where he wants two tight ends.
Okay, how many teams out there do you know? Do you know both of their tight ends? Is it one? How many teams? Like everybody say he's gonna run 12 personnel. It's gonna be both tight ends. How about let's talk about the team he ran 12 personnel with. Who was the other tight end on the other side of Sam Laporta? We don't know.
No, I don't know.
I did know.
We don't know.
Because I looked it up. I had it. It's right in my other book.
Yeah,
I got it.
but we don't know. But we don't know. Their job was
to catch balls. And like you said, we're not giving another 50 mil for sure. Because it's gonna be based off on production, but somebody need that
somebody gonna pay Cole more than exactly
somebody gonna pay him
to do whatever they feel like he can do, and that's all I'm saying. I don't like Cole is expendable. Wes, he's expendable. He can go. He can go.
But I don't think it's like a telltale sign. Like, Cole, this is he gonna be traded for the deadline.
Nah, because if people think DJ Moore gonna get traded, and that ain't happening. That's
my consensus. That's my consensus.
I hope that don't happen yet anyway.
Eventually, yeah, I can see you're gonna have to move off. You gotta move off. You gotta keep refreshing your weapons, getting younger talent to come in. Because you don't want to end up like the Bengals, with your quarterback and your two wide receivers owning 98.9% of your whole entire cap.
Stupid.
So yeah, of course, eventually.
Like this chat. Nah, we love all the chats.
Exactly.
No, absolutely, he'll be here this year. He will be here this year.
Yeah.
Maybe even next year too. I don't know what his contract looked like. I don't know how many years he got left on his contract, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. We here, the Black Bear Podcast, Mark, Rob, Chef West, Ronnie B, and the rest of the squad. We gonna be here to talk about all things Chicago Bears every week. Y'all got anything else y'all want to touch on? Anything questionable? Anything?
Nah, I'm good.
Go Bears.
Yeah.
Go fucking Bears. Go fucking Bears. Look, Bear Truth, we appreciate you being in the chat. You've been in the chat rocking with us all night. I don't know what coast you on, but where I'm at in the Midwest is 1:00 in the morning, but we still rocking out because we still got an audience here. It's crazy, Wes. I think we talked about these later shows, how we keep the audience in here and then we be rocking out. Appreciate all y'all in the chat. Look, hit that like button for us, though. We need to get some likes and get some more likes, some more love. Subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast. One word, no spaces. The Black Bear Podcast. You can find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. We go live every Sunday during the off season, and then every post game show, every single post game, we do a show. How about that? And then some pregame shows. We'll be here for y'all. Oh, you in Cali?
Hey, bad truth. My kids live in, my kids live in Carlsbad. I'll be in Carlsbad every 3 to 4 weeks or so.
Wow.
I might have to link up with Bad Truth in person.
That's crazy how Bears fans be all over the place. Look at J2K. He out there too.
Left Coast too, yeah.
That's I was stationed, crazy.
I was stationed in Oceanside when I was in the Marine Corps.
Yeah. All over the place. I think I seen we've had fans tune in from Germany, London, all over the place. I had a couple people from London actually inbox me about coming on the show as guests one time, but yeah, we travel. Bears fans travel. So look, like I said, it's getting late here in the Midwest. So we're gonna wrap this show up. J2K, much love for you. I see you was actually in San Diego. I actually want to take a vacation out there to San Diego, me and a lady. But
I'm gonna get with them.
Hit that like button for us. Yes, for sure. Hit that like button for us. Subscribe to the channel. You can find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. I know I said it, but I'm gonna say it again. Show some love for the boys. I'm your host, Mark Robb, with my guy, co-host to the right of me, Chef West, and the OG Ronnie B at the bottom of your screen. We got a couple other guys that usually join us, but they had some things to do. Well, Father Dev was here. If y'all missed him, so look, catch us next weekend. We have more topics to talk about all the way through training camp, and then as soon as preseason start, we got post game shows. We'll be here to cover everything Chicago Bears. Fellas, any last words?
Hey, if you're on the left coast, those guys San Diego can't penetrate. Me and Ronnie, we gonna be in Vegas for that Raiders Bears game. Drive up. 4.5 hours. I know y'all can make it. Hit that 2:15.
How long of a drive is that?
5 hours, maybe.
How long is it for you, Ronnie?
For me, it's gonna be like I think about 8 hours. I think.
God, hey, we are true fucking Bears fans, people. This is what we do. This is what we do, man.
We doing it. We in it.
All right, look, like I said, we'll see y'all next week. Look, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, the Black Bear Podcast. One word, no space. We'll see y'all next week. Peace.
Yes, sir. Peace.